questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We're talking about the budget showdown. So much happening today. But let's give some details for you on the situation with, we're talking about, dozens of cats. Looks like 49 cats, 42 dogs that now need a new home. We've been updating this story since 6 o'clock this morning. Sarah Smith, Brandywine Valley SPCA. Our friend Sarah Smith is in the house to just give us an update on this one. First of all, Sarah, we're all so sad. I know I speak for Greg Stocker and Nick Cale and Dan Borowski here. We're so sad to even hear of a story like this. And we just wanted to get the update from you and get the word out because this is an emergency.
Yeah, thank you so much for shining a light on this. And, we really are asking the community to help support and step up at this time. Welcoming almost 100 animals at once. It's like a whole shelter of animals coming in at once. So it's a lot, and we really do need the community to help us out in this time.
And I know that, I'll say it like this. A lot of times we hear about an elderly person that took on trying to care for cats and dogs. This case is a little unusual. It's a 39-year-old guy who actually is arraigned and charged with animal cruelty. How does this happen where somebody can get, especially, nearly 100, you're saying 98 cats and dogs? How does this even come about, this kind of situation? And how often do you see people like this where they just accumulate all of these animals and then people like you and the Brandywine Valley SPCA are trying to help the animals, bring them back to full health and find them homes?
Yeah, it's a really tough situation. Some of the conditions that these animals were in is not, you can see from the pictures that were taken at the location. It's really tough. I'm not sure, I can't really speak to the actual, case, but we're here for the animals, and it's our job to make sure that they're getting the care and the kind of treatment that they deserve, that they're in a nice, warm, safe place, and that they're, we have them now, and they're safe.
Which is the important part. And it looks like all different kinds of either dogs or cats, but with the dogs, there are big dogs, there are little dogs, there are medium-sized. Like you're saying, oh my goodness, to get 98 animals, do you need extra? I mean, not just people who want to adopt or foster, but are you in need of contributions as well as volunteers? How do you even handle something like this?
Yeah, we are uniquely poised to be able to do this, but it is a lot.
It's like all hands
almost
on
100
deck.
animals, exactly. And as you can see in the release, they've been with us almost a week now. So we've been doing this around the clock for the past week, and we'll be needing to keep them in our care for an extended time during this investigation. So, right now is the time that we're asking the community if they can support us by adopting animals that are already in our care. That helps open up the space for us to make room for these, almost 100 animals that came in, and use our resources to give them the time to adjust and the time for evaluation and medical evaluation. And again, during this investigation, they have to stay in our care. So they're not going to be available for adoption for now, but we have so many other animals available for adoption. We're even waiving adoption fees through Sunday for adult cats and adult dogs 30 pounds plus. That's at all of our locations. So you can stop in and adopt now through Sunday. And again, those adult dogs and cats are waived adoption fees to help make some room. We also are asking for emergency fosters if you have space in your home that you can't make a lifetime commitment, but we have, animals in need of some time out of the shelter while we have these new animal arrivals in for an extended time. So moving animals out, giving them that break from the shelter and cutting down on the crowding, that's always great. It also helps our resources, so that we can focus on these new animals coming in. And then, the significant cost of caring for 100 animals coming in at once, it's really there. We have around-the-clock care for them, feeding, all of the vaccines and any spay and neuter surgeries that are going to be coming down the line, any medical care and medications. Some came in really sick and some of them are healthy. We have moms with kittens that are nursing. So there's a lot of special needs here, too, for these animals. Yeah,
and that's an important point that you and I have talked about before. For example, when Brandywine Valley SPCA were rescuing animals, let's say by there were shelters that needed help with floods, let's say, or a hurricane down south, that sort of thing. So the animals, even though we're showing some of the video of the animals that are newly rescued by Brandywine Valley SPCA, these particular dogs and cats that we're showing are not the ones necessarily up for adoption right now, but you have a whole house full, if we will, a shelter full of adoptable cats and dogs, right? I just want to make that point that people might see a cute little dog.
Yeah, I think that's probably getting a little bit lost in the messaging here. Yes. There's a lot going on. So, but yeah, we're looking to open the space so that we can keep these pets in our care. It's still an investigation. It's still going on. So they need to stay with us for now in our care. And if and when any of them become available for adoption, we'll make sure to get the word out. And I'm sure that there will be folks out there looking to adopt a survivor like this. But right now, we're waiving these fees for adult dogs and cats through the weekend to try to help find homes for animals already in our care. And that gives us the resources and space and extra help to be able to care for these new animals.
And if you just go to BV in other words, Brandywine Valley, BVSPCA.org, you'll see all the information at the top. Every contribution makes a difference. You can certainly donate. And you can even scroll down and see, oh my goodness, Bodie. So Bodie the cat up for adoption, or Pancake, who's actually smiling for the camera, who's adorable. The doggy Pancake is a dog so friendly, and what a sweet face. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we really do have a lot of amazing animals in our care right now. And again, welcoming one of them into your home is helpful to this new group that's coming in and that needs us right now. But we're going to need to hold on to them, like I said. So yeah, the community support is huge. If you want to drop off, blankets and towels, we'll be happy to take those. You can shop our wish list. If you have dog food, cat food that you want to drop off, we'll take that too. So those are things that you can also do.
So if people want to drop off, like to your point, Sarah, things like towels and blankets and things of that nature, where would they drop them off? Are there drop off different points, or what would they do with that?
Yeah, all of our shelters have kind of an area designated to be able to take in those items, depending on which one you show up at. I know in Westchester we have a bin right outside our front door. In Newcastle, you can just bring them into the lobby and someone will help you. But yeah, any of those supplies. And then we sort of, we spread them out to the places that need them the most. So right now, a lot of these animals were taken to our location down in Georgetown, Delaware. So we'll be moving some of these supplies down to them so that they can care for the animals that just came in. So, nice. So yeah, we're lucky to have, that resource to be able to kind of move them around. But if folks bring too many things to Westchester, we'll just move it to the place that needs it.
No worries. So bvspca.org, we'll put out the information on our, socials, and so we get all the info out there. But, really your angels on earth, the work that you do, and we just thank you for your hard work with this, Sarah Smith. Thank you so much.
Sure, we really appreciate you talking about it and getting the word out, because it's a lot, and I know our team really appreciates the support from the community, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah Smith. See you soon, my friend.
Okay, bye-bye.
So it's the Brandywine Valley SPCA, bvspca.org, And you can see, oh my goodness, they
I
have.
wasn't welcoming a kid
What?
in the next couple of weeks, Dawn. Look at these. So I have up on the screen, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I'm just going through all the doggies that are available, and they're so adorable.
I know.
They're so adorable.
Like Astra. Look at Astra is only 8 months old. This mix.
Where's Astra?
Astra is.
Monopolo.
Astra looks
Archie,
like a
Ashton.
collie
Wow.
mix,
Astra's
like
pretty.
so
Look at
pretty.
Astra. Oh, look at. I got her up on the screen
I
now.
know.
Beautiful.
Cute dogs.
Wow.
So they have, I mean, like I say, puppies, medium, every age, every kind of big, little, dogs, medium size, and all the kitty cats. And so, oh my gosh. See, this is my problem. If I go, it's a good problem to have, but if I go, then we're gonna adopt. You know what I mean?
I'm the same way. I almost came home with one from the last
Yes.
Piazza event that we did.
But honestly, it is like therapy, where whenever we do our Piazza Pet of the Month and we're holding, these wonderful animals, it's like a therapy session. You just relax.
Mm-hmm.
So I put out, I really believe when you rescue, and I put in air quotes, rescue dog or cat and rescue animal, you're the one that gets rescued, right? Because it's an immediate friend, an immediate personal trainer. It's an excuse to get you out walking and moving.
I can't tell you how much Callie does for me.
Yeah.
I never believed in you know how they talk about stones have energy and, like the rocks and you can feel energies and such. I've never felt that kind of energy of love that Callie, my foster, provides. I mean, you can just tell she's so happy to be with a loving owner. And
yes.
I love the girl to death.
It's so true.
Rescue dogs are amazing.
I don't know about love or energy from rocks. If Zioli were here, he would have a funny punch, or Jimmy Fallon would have a very funny punchline on that one.
You're not getting energy from rocks,
I'm not getting.
You don't have your Himalayan salt lamp?
Well, if Lair Bear for an anniversary gets me, like a Lee Pavorsky, like 6-carat diamond.
That's not the rock I'm talking about.
I am feeling the soul and the energy of love, okay? That kind of rock? Oh, yeah. But otherwise, not so much.
I'm talking like the crystals. Yeah.
Not so much.
We can go out to a desert in Arizona.
No desert visit. No? Just Lee Pavorsky kind of, those
rocks.
Those beautiful rocks. Okay, I'm with it then. But yeah, and speaking of soul, we have to talk. What?
No, I just messed up the screen on YouTube.
Ooh,
sorry.
What'd you do?
No, I just.
What'd I do?
I went crazy. Yeah.
All right, who do we have? We are locked and
Bethany
loaded.
Rosica has an amazing report on the Philadelphia schools and how they're prioritizing social justice over actual, real, education. So I thought we might get into that a little bit today.
She's the best, Beth Ann Rosica.
And coming up at 11, we have a great Dr. Marion Mass, maybe talk a little bit about psychology and medical issues with her. And
Perfect.
then Dawn,
local doc. Love
you were
her.
talking about it all morning. Sheriff Mike Chitwood from down in Florida will be joining us at 11:30 to talk about the fantastic job they're doing in stopping a school shooting down there in Florida.
Sounds wonderful. And also the crackdown. Chitwood was the one I realized that Dan and I realized that he's the one who did the perp walk with that 11-year-old, named him, identified him, charging him as an adult with a felony. So we'll get into it with him so much. Thanks for being here today. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our Heart Rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
It's engagement season at Family & Company Jewelers. Get proposal ready during their Viraggio Bridal Show. 3 days only, October 9th, 10th, and 11th. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. October 9th, 10th, and 11th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 7th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
We talk about this too often. President Trump has talked about it on the national level. But here in Philadelphia, and I'll say Pennsylvania, how many times have experts evaluated the total cost that taxpayers here in PA spend on each and every child in a public school across Pennsylvania? So those estimates, if you include all of the dollars, federal, state, and local, exceed $20,000 per student. And our numbers here are among the highest in the nation. And certainly, if you think about worldwide, and then compare that with private schools and how private schools are much more efficient. And now I want you to think about something else, and we'll bring in our next guest. The Pennsylvania Department of Education, the assessment data that we have, and that's what our education specialist with Broad and Liberty, Beth Ann Rosica, PhD, so technically Dr. Beth Ann Rosica, evaluating that data. And now think about this with poor performing high school students. And what is the district focusing on? But because I'm sure if you look at the poor performance, particularly for Philadelphia high school students, and this is not their fault, but what is the actual focus? Because I'm sure they're offering tutoring. I'm sure that they're offering all kinds of extra classes, beefing up the learning and the scaffolding and the support for kids, especially post-pandemic, in a school district where children were literally banned from the classroom, did not have initially the Wi-Fi or the tablets to Zoom it in from home and all of that. What is the district really focusing on? Well, let's get to it, because this is the focus of the report and a great article, must read, broadandliberty.com, by the one and only Beth Ann Rosica. Beth Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Dawn.
So, what did you find as you look at the high school students struggling in school and then the focus, the priority of the district?
So I had a couple of people earlier this week email me or text me a flyer that was, I think, posted on social media where the School District of Philadelphia, along with PA State Senator Nikhil Saval, were hosting a free legal name change clinic in honor of National LGBTQIA plus History Month, which apparently is, yes, legal name change clinic. And so I was curious about this because I wanted to understand, what the district was doing and what they were focusing on. And so the district did give me a response, and they told me that, as part of their equity policy, they want to make sure that, all kids, regardless of gender identity or gender expression, have, justice and safety and equity. Again, I'm not quite sure how being able to legally change your name relates to that, but that was their response. And they did confirm that there were no school district dollars spent to host this event later this month in October. So the district is apparently not spending taxpayer dollars on this event, but they are spending resources on this event by promoting it and, I guess, participating in the event, which is going to happen later in October. But, as I started looking at this, I decided that I wanted to go back and look at their most recent test scores because from my perspective, whether you agree or disagree with the nature of what this topic is, for me, every resource, whether it's financial or whether it's staff, should be focused on academic achievement, particularly if we have kids who are not proficient. And when I went and looked at the spring scores, the last scores for the high schools in Philadelphia, I mean, the kids there are really, really doing poorly. I mean, 25% proficient in algebra, 51.9% in literature, and 32% in biology. And I mean, these are tests that these kids have to take to be able to graduate high school. Now, if you can't pass them, there are alternative ways to graduation, but the expectation is that you should be proficient in these areas in order to graduate from high school. And their scores are so much lower than the state proficiency rates, which are already low. I mean, our state proficiency rate for algebra is 41%, which that's a whole nother topic because that's just pathetic across the board. But I mean, to think that kids in Philadelphia high schools are at 25% is really frightening. Ridiculous. And I note in the article that these averages across Philadelphia high school, because there's many high schools in Philadelphia for people who aren't familiar. It's not like there's one or two, there's probably 30. And there are some very high achieving public schools in Philadelphia. So these numbers really don't tell the whole story because there are probably high schools that have very high percentages because they're high performing. And then on the converse, there are high schools that are very, very low and are probably more like, 10 and 8% proficiency level. So this is just, again, a major concern of mine that while the district might think that it's supporting a particular group of students, they're not looking at the right issues. And, I would be curious to know, do they have data on the LGBTQ community in terms of students and what their test scores are? Because these are the things that if you really want to address equity for these kids, those are the things that you should be looking at, not directing resources to how to, change your name if you want to go by a different name. I'll also say that I became more concerned when I looked into the event because, as I said, the school district and State Senator Saval, are hosting it, but it's being held at an organization, and I'm not familiar with this organization called Galea, I think is pronounced Galaei. It's in the article, and I linked to their website. This is a self-described radical social justice organization. So this isn't even just a group of people that are here to support and help the LGBTQ community. but I want to read this because I found it so unbelievable that a public school district would partner with this type of organization. So it says Galilea is queer, trans, black, brown, indigenous, and people of color radical social justice organization serving the Latin/A/O/X community while widening our embrace. Galilea provides services, support, and advocacy for all QTBIPOC communities. It mobilizes for access, opportunity, sexual empowerment, and economic justice while overcoming systemic oppression, structural racism, discrimination, and white supremacy.
Oh, there you have it. You know what? So the only thing I'm going to say about, and by the way, if you go to broadandliberty.com, Beth Ann in her great article provides links to all of this if you want to know more. So a link to Galilea, for example. You know what I would say, though? I'm glad that they're breaking away from like other organizations, you know, because we say LGBTQ, blah, 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 blah. So I think this is good that the QTBIPOCs go off on your own. And I think that's actually, you're not hijacking, you know, others. But I will say this, when they say, Beth Ann, just to clarify that they offer, you know, service and support, and is that like tutoring for algebra? Because I'm thinking it's not math tutoring. You know?
No, I don't think this organization. If there's nothing about learning or instruction, this is just the organization where this event that the school district is being held. I just find it particularly problematic that a public school district would partner and collaborate with a radical activist organization. I mean, you know, we look at, and you know, I hate to take it here, but I'm going to for a moment because, you know, we've seen over the last couple of weeks the hate spewed from politicians and organizations against, you know, about what happened, the tragic, awful assassination of Charlie Kirk. And now we have an organization, you know, that a school district that is partnering with a self-proclaimed radical activist group. I mean, why in the world would the school district need to partner with this? Again, you know, I go back to, I've written extensively about anti-Semitism in the Philadelphia Public School District. And, you know, the Jewish community that has been outraged about the way that they've handled anti-Semitism, the federal investigation that showed that they were complicit and not fulfilling their obligation to combat anti-Semitism. And yet this is the kind of radical groups that they choose to partner with. Like, let's focus on teaching kids how to read and write and not how to be radical activists. That isn't the job of public education. And I just don't understand why Philadelphia continues to carry this banner and to do it proudly. I mean, they're not even hiding it. They're putting it out there. They're responding to comment. Even the state senator, Saval, of course, his response to comment focuses on the Trump administration and how they're attacking people. And I stand for protecting these people. Well, there's no statement about how I want to make sure that the kids in my community can read and write and go on and lead productive lives. It's more important that kids who are gender confused can legally change their name. It really boggles my mind.
Yeah, it's, and here's the thing I would love. I was just looking up how Galilea, how are they funded? You know, grants, sponsorships, donations, fundraising events. And so to your point, you know, this is, and part of it is government grants from Pennsylvania Department of Human Services. But with these, you know, you're looking at really, this is part of indoctrination and then the political piece of it as well. And I agree with you. Imagine if a Christian group or any faith-based group, you know, you're talking about, I was just headlining on this holiest day of Yom Kippur, the violence in the UK, tragic situation there, but as well across our city and across the country, law enforcement trying to, you know, bolster, they're on heightened alert because it is a high holy Jewish holiday. And you think about that, putting all this together. Imagine if Turning Point USA or Charlie Kirk's group had said, hey, let us come to the Philadelphia schools and talk about empowering kids, can you only imagine the reaction? You know?
Right. No, there's no question. Yeah. There's no question about that. So I agree. And that's what came to mind when I looked at this. You know, the school district's not spending money, but the fact that they're sponsoring this, the fact that they're promoting this, and the fact that they're partnering with this organization, this radical social justice organization, seems to tell me that they are much more focused on creating activists, radical activists, and not fulfilling their sacred duty to educate our children and to make sure that they can read and write. I mean, the numbers are so bad, Dawn, that, you know, for me, if I'm in charge of this school district, we are not doing a single initiative unless it's related to improving academic outcomes. When we're at 80-90% proficiency, fine. Then we want to venture out and provide some additional services, great. But until we're at that point where every child can leave elementary school reading proficiently, we should not be wasting an iota of time or dollars on nonsense like this.
Yeah, and, you know, to your point also about the high schools, like, you know, I'm sure Masterman and Central and a handful of others that are, some of them rated top in the nation. I will say this, that remember, what was that, right after the pandemic, they announced for equity's sake, you would no longer be able to earn a spot at these top schools, but rather it was by a lottery because they felt that it had been unfair. And so that's an example of this equity thing that, oh, you're just lucky. You can't earn your way into the best public schools. It should have been, hey, we're going to create 5 more top high schools.
Right.
Because,
right.
you know,
exactly.
Or middle schools or whatever that looks like. And so, but their attitude always is this victim mentality. And nobody's lucky. You get what you get and you don't get upset. It's this whole bizarre, basically, the way I see it, it's oppressive. And by the way, a victim, this equity thing is because, you know, you're a victim who cannot overcome on their own. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely, Dawn. I mean, we talk about this a lot, that it's to me, it's very insulting to children of all races, to children of all academic abilities. And the school district needs to be doing things differently. I mean, whether it's more charter schools, whether we obviously need more school choice so that kids can get out of these failing schools. But, you know, our budget still isn't passed. So, you know, nothing's moving in that direction. But, you know, in my mind, the Philadelphia School District needs an overhaul. It needs different leadership. And they really need to focus on the basics and not all of these social justice activist initiatives.
And the real part too, Beth Ann, is I know we have a teacher shortage in general, especially in Pennsylvania, but as well in Philadelphia. And so I believe that's part of the problem too. For example, you mentioned the algebra scores at like 25% in Philadelphia. Some of these math classes, they can't even offer them. They don't even have a math teacher. And that's terrible too.
No, and I did an article a couple of weeks ago about the teacher shortage, and a lot of the reason that teachers are leaving the profession is because of student behavior, violence. They're afraid for their safety, and they don't feel like they have the support from their school district to have their backs. You know, we have gone from a society where children are held responsible, accountable for their behavior, to where kids are allowed to get away with whatever they want, because whether the school district's afraid of getting sued or they have like these restorative justice policies that doesn't allow them to be held accountable for their behavior. But a survey done of teachers showed that a vast majority of teachers who are leaving the profession are leaving because of concerns of personal safety and students not being held accountable for their behavior. So until we turn that ship around, and you know, we've got to go back to holding kids accountable when they are disruptive, when they assault teachers, when they attack. I mean, there are instances that happen every day in schools, not just in Philadelphia, but all over the state, all over the country. and they're basically ignored. And it's not fair. It's not fair to expect teachers to show up every day to be abused and to be worried about their personal safety in the classroom.
Yeah, I think I wish that we would here in Philadelphia. Look, even the state of Arkansas had teacher support when they, under Sarah Huckabee Sanders, but she worked with the teachers union, worked in a bipartisan way for that LEARNS Act and different legislation to try to create the incentives for teachers, enhance the funding for the public schools. We need to have sweeping reform and maybe look at other cities and other municipalities who've been able to break through.
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, I've written about the reforms that have happened in some of the southern states and Tennessee and other places that have basically gone to being in the bottom of the barrel in terms of reading scores to, coming way, 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 way up. And they had legislation across the board in the state about the evidence of reading and how reading needs to be taught and what training will be funded for teachers. And, I've talked about that needs to happen in Pennsylvania. And there have been some Republicans who have been interested in trying to propose legislation around this, but it's not gone anywhere. And if Josh Shapiro really were serious about wanting to protect education and make sure that all of our kids were thriving, this is one that he would be on the bandwagon. We could make a huge change if we change the way that reading is taught in schools and the way that teachers are trained to teach reading. And the other big one that I talk about all the time is eliminating the cell phones in schools.
Yes.
And we should have legislation in Pennsylvania banning cell phones in schools. Other states have done it, and they're seeing good results. And I have no idea why Pennsylvania or Josh Shapiro in our legislature are not pushing these issues. That they should be at the forefront. Very simple things to do.
You're right. And part of that is not just the distraction. It's that they put things on social media and it starts the fights. That's what police tell us, too. So would make them safer.
Yes.
Beth Ann Rossica, as always, education specialist, writing for Broad and Liberty, another great column. Thank you so much, Beth Ann.
Thank you for having me on, Dawn. Have a great day.
Oh, you too. broadandliberty.com. Check it out. But yeah, just referring to just one little example that Arkansas receiving, really bipartisan praise, if you will, and even from the so-called mainstream media, that the state of Arkansas, how they improved education through their what was really called the Comprehensive LEARNS Act and legislation. And so it started at least like 2.5 years ago, I'll say. They did increase teacher pay, created a school voucher program, enhanced funding for their public schools, and did key initiatives. And so and as Beth Ann said, they did implement new rules limiting student cell phone use during the school hours. And, they've done a great job there. There are other municipalities as well, but I'll call out that one. Just strengths in education, supporting the teachers, the educators, the parents, the kids. And so it is possible, even though I know it seems overwhelming. 855-839-1210. We have so much in store for you. We've got real treats, great interviews, a lot of breaking news. We'll update everything. This is The Dawn Show. I'm Dawn Stensland. I'm honored to have you here at Dawn Stensland on X. If you want to hit me up, I'm on all the socials. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives are the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart, cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, and provide joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things I can do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's Omega-3 supplements. Right now, use that code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue Omega-3 supplement, including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50. That's OMEGA50 to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free at res-q.com.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9-to-5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster with Norm Clark and Bob Marsdale, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Listen up, football fans. You look never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. PNC Supply. And app only.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We have so much happening today on this holiest day of Yom Kippur, with police and law enforcement beefing up patrols at, in particular, Jewish institutions, museums like the Weitzman, and synagogues after too much anti-Semitism, but as well this attack that happened in the UK, deadly attack that we've been talking about, and the attacker was shot and killed by police officer. That's a breaking news story. And then as we continue on with the story of budget battles, so we still don't have the budget or the balanced budget confirmation here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or on Capitol Hill. So a lot of talk and a lot of finger pointing and blaming. I will tell you that Caroline Leavitt had recorded a message on the White House comment line, and just according to Benny Johnson putting this out there, torching Democrats over the shutdown. So I retweeted it. It's pretty funny. I sent it to you, Dan Borowski. Listen in.
Thank you for calling the White House comment line.
Hello, America. This is White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Democrats in Congress have shut down the federal government because they care more about funding health care for illegal immigrants than they care about serving you, the American people. Until Democrats vote for the clean, Republican-backed continuing resolution to reopen the government, the White House is unable to answer your call or respond to your questions. We look forward to hearing from you again very soon. And in the meantime, please know President Trump will never stop fighting for you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Yes, thank you for calling. Caroline Leavitt, such a cheery, it's a KO, it's a KL. We'll have to rename it. Good for you, Caroline Leavitt, as she's black. I know. It's awesome.
I mean, we were trying to get, who was it? We're talking, getting some guests on from the federal government, and I reached out to one of their bookers. Yeah.
And they're like, you're getting a message machine.
Yeah, so they get the auto reply. Reads, annual funding for much of the federal government expired at 11:59 Eastern on Tuesday, September 30th. As a result, certain federal government activities, including the role, have ceased due to a lack of appropriated funding. Therefore, I'm currently on furlough until further notice. Carpe diem.
I love it. It's so funny. Yeah, because we were talking about, I would love to interview Dr. Ben Carson again, because he's now the nutrition guru under the umbrella of Brooke Rollins, USDA, and all that good stuff. So many farm stories. And so I love him. You remember I interviewed him for his one of his books. And so he's one of my favorite people. I love him. He's an old soul. I think he's perfect in that space. And you think about brain health and all the latest information that we have on nutrition. By the way, since we're on the little piece of nutrition and vitamins and all that, Susie Cool, I know that it's your birthday week, and Zioli, of course. Can you believe Susie Cool is one of our most loyal, original Zioli Army listeners and viewers. And I remember when Patrick, who's turning 11, which I cannot believe this, was being born, and she was like, hey, we got together these gifts for a baby shower, and that was when we were first meeting and sending Patrick Bridget and our beloved Rich Zioli, who left me, but that's another story. But in any event, love Susie Cool. So she put out, this is her birthday week, and so I reposted it, and Rich's birthday wishes that you're 39 in your biological age. So Dan and I have been talking about doing other stories other than, sometimes all the deep, heavy looking at politics and all that good stuff. And so thinking about that with your biological age and what that means, because it's true, if you take care of yourself and you're blessed with some good genes, they said that a 70-year-old actually in their biological age, if they did your testing on the way your cells are aging, you could actually test in a laboratory as a 50-something or even a 40-something person, even if you're in your 70s. So we'll talk about that. Yeah, it's incredible. Your biological age. So with that, let's bring in, speaking of a beauty who's 39 and holding, right? Like the rest of us. One of my favorite.
29.
Dr. Mary Mass, how are you, my friend?
I'm wonderful. Dawn, you'll appreciate this. I'm on the road. I'm going to go visit my little girl, who's not so little anymore, but I'm driving across the state to see her. So I'm really excited today.
And I do think, that keeping busy, a purpose-driven life, whether you are, a physician and a doctor like Dr. Mary Mass, or whether you're visiting kids, just keeping busy and living that purpose-driven life. I always cringe when people say, oh, I'm slowing down and I'm retiring. And I always think, I'll never retire, because I feel like it's like a depressing, like you're retiring from life, But tell me about, what you're doing, what you're up to. We love your following you on social media. So as far as you're a gardener, you have amazing flowers, fruits and veggies. You're a health nut, I believe, just eating all the right stuff. But I do want to look at, think about what we're talking about with an age of learning more about nutrition, nutritional needs. Think about RFK Jr. coming into this space. What do you see as far as a cultural change, or do we have a cultural change when we think about our health and taking control of our health?
Oh, yes. Well, listen, you'll get everything through my lens of being a mom myself. And now there's 3 in their 20s. The youngest is 22. And, I've been there with the rest of America's moms. It's hard to get your kids to eat healthy. I could write a book, especially on kid number 3, but we won't go there. And Dan, we're going to be talking, I tell you.
Yeah,
and I'm really praying and pulling for you and wife, because it's a sea change when you become a parent. Thank you. But you'll see everything also through my lens of meeting parents and having parents ask questions, about health. They'll do it off the cuff. I work in urgent care, so I'm taking care of usually sick acute visits, but parents will just, hey, do you mind if I ask you this? And I do see parents very interested in, how could I get my kids to eat more vegetables, more healthy food? What do you think about the issue of weight, or the issue of dyes in foods, or what have you? And, so I see parents going there, and I think it's a great change. I mean, how can you argue against making America healthy again? We haven't been healthy for a long time. I mean, I'm fresh from Europe. I did a great vacation with my husband, because we're empty nesters. Yes. We're going to have that show too, Dawn, right?
I know.
Yes. Lucky, blessed me. He's wonderful to travel with too. We just go all day. But I mean, you can go over to Europe and you can see, like, you read the labels and you see that the food is a little bit more pure, a little bit more healthy. And, I've always been fascinated with European markets since I studied abroad in Greece in college. And like, you go to these markets and you see these beautiful, vibrant fruits and vegetables. I do think that there has been a movement, though, to eat healthier and to teach our kids healthier things for a long time. You may not know this about me, Dawn, but I participated in the Central Bucks Wellness Committee when my children were in Central Bucks and just starting in middle school. We helped put in gardens in the schools because my kids, they helped. They did the garden in the backyard and sold the produce and all the rest. They made $3,500 over 5 years, which is pretty good for little kids. The story, I'll send you the story. It's on LinkedIn somewhere. And then they turned that over to their project for a Relay for Life, which Central Bucks, Tohickon, used to be, I don't know if they still are, the host to the largest middle school Relay for Life in the country at one time. And my children and their friends were coming over to our home and learning how to grow the organic things you see all over the place. So when they emptied out of middle school, like my little backyard, I don't know, the dirt pile, that had to evolve too. But it was like a pleasure teaching the kids this. And then the schools became interested. Someone heard about it. And that's how I ended up on the wellness committee. And Tohickon put in a garden. My son and I helped with that. And he managed it for a couple summers. And then, we helped Groveland put in a garden, the school where my children went, in Central Bucks. And even on the larger wellness committee, at one point I gave a presentation on how and why you want to garden with your kids and like what you get out of it. So honestly, we've been in a setting of, I think there's a movement to want to make America healthier and want to have healthier kids. And, I think it leads to so many good things. I mean, the last couple of years, it's been very disheartening to have watched, and I'm not meaning to fat shame, I'll tell you very personally, I went through menopause and like the weight crept on, and then COVID happened and the weight crept on. And I had always been one of those like the very slender people, and I couldn't take the weight off. I finally hired this really terrific nutrition coach and I took off, I think 18 pounds.
Congratulations.
No, but it was hard. And, what was frustrating for me. So I sympathize when people say, okay, I have to take the weight off because you see what I eat. And I was just like, wait, what's wrong? What am I doing wrong? The point was all of us can learn, right? And I do think that it's a movement that is picking up steam, and it's great to see like the national level of doing it. I mean, people get mad at some of the people I'm about to mention, but I thought it was really cool. Like RFK Jr. and Pete Hegseth did that whole business about the chin-ups and the push-ups. Like, I'm like, dang, I don't know how many chin-ups I could possibly do. I can do a lot of push-ups though. Yeah. But, I just think it's great that people are talking about being fit and staying fit. And I've always been a big believer that, okay, so maybe you can't run, but could you walk? Could you swim? How could you move? What is it that you could be doing? And in terms of eating, we could always be doing something healthier. Is it pricier to do? Are most people going to be able to pick up and, plant broccoli and bok choy in their yard like I do? Probably not. But so that's one of the things that I'm up to. And sure, there's still like the healthcare beat going on, and especially today with the shutdown, right?
Yes. Amen. So, I've always said that we should have, to your point about community gardens, which is a great idea. Every school should have one, and you could have that whole learning. Because if you think about gardening, and then you think about cooking classes, and you have to do measurements, so that requires math. You could spelling. If you had kids, it's that hands-on Montessori style learning, and I don't know why we've not capitalized on that more at every level, whether it's grade school, middle school, high school, even moving upwards. I know there are many hospitals who have the community gardens and they give the vegetables, but it is your idea, in bringing that forth in Bucks County. It's something that every school should have. To me, it's a no-brainer, to your point,
100%. There are the problems. I'm talking with a local woman, and I'm not sure I hope the project takes off, but she got in touch with me, and she wants to do like garden projects in the elementary school level. But like, as we discussed, one of the big problems is that stuff grows in the summer.
Yeah.
I mean, it grows, you start it in the spring, but then the kids can't participate during the summer unless they do something like our son did, where he's managing the garden, and you're
where they
sending
could get
people
extra
in,
credit.
Yeah, she brought in a great idea of like, kids take home something for the summer, they grow it, they come back, they prove that they've grown it, and then they might get like some kind of a prize or an incentive to to show that they grew the seeds that they were given. So there's so many ways you could do this, and my gosh, like you brought up the whole thing about measuring, beyond the math. I've written about this somewhere in a blog too, but the common sense that you get from, you know how everyone says common sense isn't common anymore. Well, I personally think you learn common sense from watching the world around you. And like, I remember this one day going out into the garden when I think the oldest was about 10 or 11. And I thought the deer had chewed off the top of the tomato plant. And then my son is like, wait a second, what are these little things down here? It looks like rabbit turds. And I'm like, oh, wait, what is that? And then like I discovered the tomato hornworm caterpillar, which is a stunning caterpillar, but it'll totally decimate a tomato plant. And like he thought to look, so like when you
look at nature.
Yes, exactly. It's sort of like common sense, spatial relations that you get. Like, you put a seed into the ground and you have to think to yourself, how big is the beet that it's going to come from the seed going to get? And, how much space do I put around it? I mean, learning about the food, like you can get a whole international education learning about the food that we cook and like, what grows in different countries. And, even like major historical things impact food. You know why we eat paella? The food paella? It's classically cooked over an open fire in a big paella pan. But the reason we eat paella is because the Spanish Inquisition happened in Spain, and the people who were Jewish that wanted to prove that they were conversarios, like they were busy eating shellfish and pork over an open pan. Like it's like right out there in the open. Like, look, here's my shrimp, here's my pork. This is why we have paella. Italians concocted lasagna because at one point, I forget what point it was, but like you were only allowed to have like one dish. Like if you look at classical Italian cooking, it's like, you've seen it. Like, you have your antipasta and then you have your pasta and then you have your main meal and everything. But like at one point, someone made a law in Italy where only one dish was allowed. So they put everything in one dish. We got lasagna. Yeah. Isn't that fascinating?
It is. It truly is. I wanted to pivot a little bit and just ask you a couple things. One was because we haven't had a chance to talk in a bit. And one was the announcement that was about leucovorin as maybe a possible treatment to help mitigate autism. It was unfortunate to me when that was announced, which I think is just basically, well, I'll let you get into it, but basically the announcement, unfortunately, was sort of overshadowed by the whole Tylenol conversation that I think, first of all, hijacked a potential, the leucovorin. I thought that was useful as far as something that could help mitigate or actual useful information with those studies. And on the other hand, then the Tylenol conversation, that was hijacked and I think misinterpreted. What did you, as a physician and as a mom, as somebody with perspective, what did you make of that whole breaking news? It happened last week.
Okay, so first of all of it needs to be a conversation, right?
Yes.
And the statement that came out that I liked the most, that I thought was succinct and really got to the point, was that from Dr. Marty Makary, the head of the FDA. And well, I hope Trump listens to your show sometimes. Trump, just turn the mic over to Marty or, maybe Mehmet or someone that's medical when we have to talk about medical things, because it's sort of like, when you're used to talking about medical things, you think very hard about what you're going to say and how it impacts the people that are listening. And I'm thinking about that, but I could still make a misstep and someone might want to come and argue with me or have a discussion, because when you're trying to convince someone to do or not to do something in medicine, you have to realize where they're coming from, and you have to listen to where they're coming from too. So Dr. McCary had a great statement. I encourage listeners to go read that. I'll try to pull it up for you if you can't find it. And then my own statement, and I would say if I misspeak, let's have a conversation about this, because I can't say anything that will fit for 100% of people, because medicine and our own medical microenvironments they're personal, right? You know, I mean, we're very varied. What might work for me might not work for someone else, you know? Let's start with the Tylenol. There is not proof solid that doses of Tylenol are what's caused an autism epidemic. So, but Dr. McCary made that very clear. There is an association, and the association seems to be when women took a lot of Tylenol, like daily over 4 weeks is kind of what I've read.
In early pregnancy. It was specific, I
possibly.
think.
But then when you have the association, you have to ask yourself, okay, so why would people take Tylenol in the first place? Well, maybe they're in pain. Pain raises your cortisol levels. Is it like excess cortisol that's causing a problem? I mean, perhaps that's the problem. And then this is not to blame people that have pain during pregnancy. Right. I was very blessed, very lucky, you know, like it was, I didn't even get sick unless I got food poisoning. That happened once. Very wonderful pregnancies, but not everyone is so blessed and lucky. The association, I mean, could it possibly be from a fever hitting at a bad period of time? You know, and then people are extrapolating with this. When I started residency, it was in the 1990s. And at the time, you know, we had maybe a 10 or 15 year window of using Motrin at the time. And so like I was raised with, we have much more experience with Tylenol, try to use the Tylenol first. And then we were treating people when patients presented with seizures that presented with a fever. You can have something called a febrile seizure, right? Seizure is a very scary thing, but the most common kind of seizure you can have is I don't mean to say is a fever that is precipitated, or a seizure that's precipitated from having a fever. Well, for a long time, what we did with patients that had febrile seizures, which are not inherently dangerous, you know, you can have a seizure, you're not harming your brain by having that seizure necessarily. But we treated those patients for a long time by saying, whenever they get a fever, just put them on rounds of Tylenol and ibuprofen. And we did that for many years. And then we came along and we said, you don't really have to do this anymore. But maybe you might want to treat the fever when it gets very high. Now, and this is actually how I raised my children, and what I think is the most pragmatic, commonsensical approach that I've gleaned from years of practicing medicine and being a mom myself and watching patients. We tell parents, don't be fever phobic. Right. You know, understand that maybe the fever has a beneficial aspect. The last time I advised one of my children to cook, as I say, like he was studying abroad over in Ireland. He got a fever and he called and he's like, the fever is really high. What should I do? I'm like, same thing you always did. Let yourself cook for a little, because it might be that high fever helps. But when you get really uncomfortable, when it's bedtime, once you're over 102.5 and you feel like a train's running over your body, then fine, you know, take yourself your medication. I tend now to tell patients, I find Motrin tends to work a little bit better with most kids with fever. Now, we don't tell pregnant women to take Motrin, nor am I advising that. And nor am I telling pregnant women, Tylenol's great, take the Tylenol all the time. Bottom line is like whatever your own body, your own milieu, you really should be talking to a medical professional when you're at a tenuous time like pregnancy. And let me just add that I feel really, really sorry and frustrated for modern parents who have to like sift through all of this information and decide what to do, because we're also besought with I call it like sort of the social media epidemic of everyone trying to convince a mom that she can raise a child perfectly, which is just absolute hogwash. Yes. I made a mistake, I'm sure, last week. I'm sure I'll make another one this weekend. I'll say the wrong thing. I'm doing wrong things all the time as a parent. I did it growing up.
You're a great mom. But you know what? We got to run. Until next time, Dr. Mary Mass, really appreciate you and can't wait till next time. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
You
Bye.
too. So For the record, Dr. Marty McCary did affirm that acetaminophen, when taken at the lowest effective dose for the shortest duration after talking with your doctor or a doctor, a physician, remains an important tool for pregnant women, for patients who need to reduce pain and fever. So that was one of the statements that Dr. McCary made, a very measured statement that he made, and you can go back and look for yourself, but just wanted to punctuate the interview with that. We have so much more to talk about. Great interview coming up, so we want to cut this one to the break real quick. The Dawn Show continues right after this.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
The quiet and comfortable conditions continue in the forecast as we finish off the work week. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high temperature a bit below average of around 70. Another cool night tonight, mostly clear, low 54 for the city, 40s out in the suburbs. And another pleasant day on Friday with plenty of sunshine, a bit warmer with a high 74.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of our new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Are you looking for a career, not just another job? A place where you're valued and your work makes a difference? Scott Kia is hiring. We're looking for passionate individuals to join our team as an automotive technician. We offer competitive pay, great benefits, and an environment that supports your growth. If you're ready for a role that challenges and inspires you every day, we'd love to hear from you. Visit the Join Our Team page on scottautogroup.com to learn more. Scott Kia, driving dreams and lives forward by creating moments through professional and thoughtful service.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Tonight, an 11-year-old in handcuffs paraded into a Florida jail cell. The video shared publicly on social media by the county sheriff in an effort, he says, to send a message about school shooting hoaxes.
You don't stand up on an airplane and yell hijack. You don't walk into a movie theater and yell fire. And you don't get online and post that you're going to shoot up a school.
Slow and steady. What you here for today?
The video begins with the boy being led from a Volusia County deputy's vehicle, his hands cuffed behind his back. We've blurred the boy's face because he's a minor.
Follow this deputy here.
Right this way, young man.
He's led into a secure facility where an official puts shackles on each of his ankles before walking him into an empty jail cell.
Have a seat in the cell. We're going to gather up some paperwork and get things started for you. Do you have any questions? No, sir. All right.
Sheriff Chitwood says the middle school student is accused of showing these weapons, including knives, swords, airsoft rifles, and fake ammunition to other students on FaceTime and allegedly writing out a list of names and targets. The boy.
And so that's a report from NBC News on an 11-year-old. And these stories that I can take you through over the years in Florida with children as young as 11, we don't hear them here in the Northeast, Philadelphia, New York. You rarely would hear about this. And this is becoming more commonplace, right, with juveniles, younger and younger and younger across the country committing felony-level crimes. Did you know that Florida leads the nation in prosecuting children as adults? Now, there are some places that advocacy groups who are very upset about this, about states like Florida that have absolutely, and this is over the years, this is not recent, within the last 6 months or something of that nature. They've taken a look at this, I'd say over the past 5 years in Florida, and they've said, we want to make sure that when a child is accused of committing, has a kill list, has reached certain levels of violence or threats, they want to nip it in the bud. And they want to also send a message to the community. Thank you, Dan.
So I got to applaud that effort.
So, Michael Chitwood, when we first, Greg Stocker brought up and was talking about a different story, and we've just been talking about kids as young as 11, 12, 13, 14, doing the perp walk. You heard NBC, I'll point out, NBC News did not feel comfortable in showing the child or saying his name, but we could because, in fact, they released it. And they're going after these kids and their parents, by the way, to say, parents, holding you accountable, this is not acceptable. So if you're that young, but it's serious enough, you're going to be charged as an adult and face the system. And obviously, Michael Chitwood, somebody who you all know originally from our area, Delco. This is a famous name. We love Michael Chitwood, so we had to say we had to bring you in and, take a victory lap with you here. But congratulations. Kudos to you. Wish we were doing this in Philadelphia. How are you?
I am doing well, but please don't confuse me with my father. This is Junior.
Yeah, we know you're Junior. We're not aging you.
Well, around here, I feel like you got to clarify because that guy was so amazing.
Yeah, you're the young guy, but famous name.
I don't look younger, but I appreciate you saying that.
But we wanted to really talk about the issue because I think for a lot of us, we see these. I mean, here in the Philadelphia and Delaware County, Montgomery County, we see younger and younger perpetrators. And a lot of times, especially with Krasner in Philadelphia, the attitude, well, it's just a kid, and they're in and out of the system. And unfortunately, it emboldens them instead of nipping it in the bud. And so just wanted to get your take on this and what you've learned, now that you're down in Florida, that maybe will share some of this wisdom.
Well, I don't know about if I have wisdom, but I'll look at it this way. If you look at every school shooter, somewhere along the line, the system failed and allowed that kid to get to the point where he went in or she went in and committed a massacre. Yeah. And that attitude of they're only a kid is what gets us in trouble. So what happened here was the first 3 school weeks in 2024, we received over 400 threats to blow up a school, shoot up a school, kill a teacher, whatever it was, 400 in 3 weeks. So every one of those threats has to be investigated to the fullest so that I can, with a certain degree of confidence, go to the superintendent of schools and the parents and say, we're pretty sure this is a hoax. We're going to open the schools. We'll have extra police presence there. When those hoaxes come out, almost 50% of the student population doesn't show up. So we had made probably a dozen arrests in those threats. And finally, I said, you know what? Enough's enough. Mm-hmm. Under Florida law, it's a felony. Written threats to kill is a felony. And I have the right to show your photo and perp walk you. So we sent letters home to the parents. I did multiple press conferences. The school district helped me with doing Zooms with the parents and the PTAs. And we said the next one that comes in, here's what's going to happen. And since then, that's what we've done. And I think we get overwhelming kudos from the PTA boards and the superintendent and the overwhelming majority because they know that why are we allowing 30 or 40 knuckleheads to control the destiny of 64,000 students? Yep. Why? These schools I had a mother come up to me, and I didn't realize this. They threw firecrackers. Somebody threw firecrackers in the cafeteria, and the school went into lockdown. So obviously it's a massive response. Her 8-year-old daughter was locked, had to go into the bathroom, climb up on the toilet, and stand there for 2.5 hours in complete silence while we searched the building to make sure we can give it all clear and discover, again, the kid threw the firecrackers and then sent a TikTok video post that he was going to shoot up or he just shot up school, whatever he did. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, my God, I can't imagine an 8-year-old standing on a toilet not knowing what's going on in total incommunicado. We're not doing this anymore. And that's where we're at now. And what happens is they're charged with the felony. It's like making sausage. What goes in the beginning isn't what comes out in the end. Our district attorney down here, the kid has to undergo intensive mental health treatment. They look for learning disabilities. They bring the family in. So after a year, if the kid completes what's prescribed, the felony goes away. Now, we haven't had it. We had one knucklehead reoffend, but he was 17, and he got bumped up to an adult. But all the other ones, they have not reoffended. But, here we are again this year. I think we're up to, 11 is what we're up to right now, including the kill list. I mean, how do you imagine how you feel if parents could get a phone call, hey, your kid's seatmate has a list of kill and your kid's name's on it.
Oh, my God. Now, that one it's Lee County, Florida. This is an 11. 11 seems to be the age here where they get to double digits in middle school. And so, they have a common theme. But do you feel like, are you seeing at least, it sounds like you're diminishing these. You said there were several hundred. And is this message, are the parents and the kids and the schools, sending out the message? And do you feel like this is working?
We're lucky because our superintendent is in lockstep with us, and all of the PTAs are in lockstep with what we're trying to do. And when you talk to the teachers, afterwards, and they'll tell you, hey, this little kid, him and his parents are absolute terrorists. That this does not surprise that they are not going to go along with the program. We just started this year. We just unleashed a behavioral threat assessment unit, which consists of 4 deputies and a supervisor. So even if the kid doesn't meet the criteria to be arrested, they're on it. They're doing everything humanly possible, access to firearms, making sure the kid's getting get a mental health screening and the proper care to avoid that kid getting online and putting that school in lockdown or worse.
Yeah, it's so important. You know, we wanted to ask you because every once in a while, just because we love him, Grady, Sheriff.
Grady Judd.
Grady Judd is the best. The best. I end up texting it to my brother John. Like we air him. We love Grady. We need more Gradys and more Michaels like you. But your relationship and friendship with him.
Oh, he is. It's funny because a lot of the guys in Philly call me and say, that sheriff down there, he says it like it is, but he's a country bumpkin. And I'm like, I've sat in meetings with him, with the governor, vice president of the United States. He's one of the smartest men that I ever met. And he's no nonsense. And the only thing that's different between us is he speaks funny. I don't.
No, I love him. Have him replace really Jimmy Kimmel. You know what I mean? He's just awesome.
Yeah, he is, and he's smart, and he is. It's him, and there's another sheriff, Bob Guglielmi. They're kind of the leaders of everything we do in the state and that we do nationwide. They're a fantastic group of individuals to work with. And the difference between the sheriff down here and the sheriff in Pennsylvania, the sheriffs in Pennsylvania, is our powers come from us from the state constitution. So we get elected and we go right to work. We answer to the voters. We don't answer to anybody else.
I love it. Well, Michael Chitwood, thank Junior. We certainly appreciate you, and we appreciate all that.
I got their drip. I got their body. We got their guns. We got their dope.
I love the guy.
We love him.
And Sheriff Chitwood, you too, sir.
Yes, we do. Well, we love you. We appreciate you.
All I got to say is I'll be up there Sunday. The Eagles better play well against Denver. I'm a little worried after I'm getting hammered down here because of the way we ended the game in Tampa. So we have to redeem ourselves here on Sunday.
Hey, just tell them we won. You know what I mean? Give me a break.
That's what I tell them. We won. That's the end of the day.
Well, thank you, my friend. We appreciate you, and seriously.
The
sheriff.
Believe me, I hear that all the time down here.
Sorry.
They spell it just that way.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you.
All right. God bless you all. Take care.
Thank you.
What a guy.
Oh, he's the best, for sure. But yeah, this latest, like he says, a knucklehead, this 11-year-old, the latest one, even though their numbers are dwindling, it's incredible with the kill list there in Florida. So we'll stay on top of it. But I just think it's important to put these things in perspective as we try to crack down on juvenile crime. And we report on it here in a way that we sometimes feel helpless or hopeless. Well, what are you going to do, these kids? But think about how leadership and policy matters. And then giving, like Michael Chitwood just said, giving those sheriffs and law enforcement experts, giving them the freedom, to do what they do best. And so they're changing those numbers. And then you think about and now let's bring this full circle. Think about how they are making not just the kids and the parents feel safer and better. They are safer, right? But also the teachers, the educators. Remember the conversation earlier we had with Dr. Beth Ann Rosica about the teacher shortage here in Pennsylvania. They don't have that teacher shortage in Florida. You know why? Those teachers feel, they go to work, they're confident that if some knucklehead does something crazy, they're going to be extracted from that school environment, not just popped back into, a week or two later, given a slap on the wrist. So that's what we're talking about. Policies and leadership that matter. Yes, Dan.
You know what it reminds me of? I got to do it.
You're a crumb creep.
I love the knucklehead.
Yeah. So got to go through it. 855-839-1210. We're going to be right back.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade. At KiaofCherryHill.com, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's KiaofCherryHill.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart, cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, and provide joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things I can do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's Omega-3 supplements. Right now, use that code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue Omega-3 supplement, including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50. That's OMEGA50 to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free at res-q.com.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Love this song. Nice.
Yeah, you're a Sabrina fan?
Big Sabrina fan.
Yeah, me too.
Love her.
Yeah.
And so, it is crazy. I know Dom talked a lot about this, and I think Dom breaking the news with, so there's a push now to condemn the raising of the communist, China flag. And Dom yesterday had Van Drew on, right? So
did he?
Maybe Dom was starting the trend, if you will. But I'm glad to see the official statements are going out. And we should ask all of our lawmakers, by the way, do you support the communist flag of China waving at, over Philadelphia at City Hall? And just get everybody on record so that we have it on record. It's a great idea. But, I mean, last time I checked, our favorite dentist and New Jersey representative, he's from New Jersey. So I hope that we get more and more, Pennsylvanians to attack that and condemn it.
Yeah.
Right? It's a sin.
So why is our New Jersey
right? That's what I'm,
congressman and not.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Really?
Like,
it's not even big news.
It's not sad. It's great that he's taken up the effort because there's nobody else here that will, but shouldn't be. Dom's putting on his headphones now. He's in a very intense conversation with our manager, Frank. So So Dom, before we bring you on, since you have the headphones on, we're talking about that great interview you did with Van Drew yesterday, talking about the communist flag in China, and didn't know if you had any breaking updates that you're going to be going with today. Just a quick preview.
No, but I do have, and we even better, a promo, Dawn, with what's her name, Senate Pro Tour, Kim Ward.
Kim Ward.
Who, when we told her that in the middle of a sentence, she just went, woo, 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 like that. We have it. It's going to be a drop. Yeah, can you imagine?
That's crazy, though.
Yeah, and we were hoping Frank Scales might be stalking City Hall today to find out about the China flag. But, Dawn, I just found out that Antifa is holding a covert 3-day conference here in Philadelphia.
What?
Oh, you know about it. Good.
Crazy.
Yes.
No.
Yes. I see that.
Like, you have to have like a secret password to enter into the building?
Yeah, morons. I don't know if I'm going to say incels. I got to check that without.
It's ridiculous.
My Little Pony. That's how you get in.
But
that's our claim to fame,
and let's
that we're
hope the
conference.
Trump administration is going to be surveilling that. I'm sure the Inquirer would object.
Right. Yeah, this is true.
So can I ask Dom, though, because the conversation we were having beforehand is Van Drew, which is fantastic. He's a New Jersey congressman, though. Is there no Pennsylvania, like before Kim Ward got involved, was there no movement from anyone in Pennsylvania to handle this?
It's shocking, and that's why I'll make a shameless pitch for what we do for Talk Radio 1210. They don't know about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You would think they would all be plugged in. We are day to day more plugged in, and one of the reasons is listeners give tips. There's 8 million stories in the Naked City. That was an old show, Dan, that I know you haven't seen, along with The Godfather.
I like the name.
Along with The Godfather, Dan. And, Dawn, how do you put up with that? I thought that was on your checklist. Dan has not seen The Godfather.
You've never seen The Godfather?
Hold
there
on.
You go.
This is the thing, though. I've seen The Godfather, but when you're in college and you're kind of imbibing a little bit and you see it in the background, I've seen it in that sense.
Oh, there you go.
So I've never sat down and, watched from front to finish.
Can I just tell you something? This is parenting. Because our boys especially, they know all this pop. They know more than Nick Cale, who we tease. Like
That guy, he didn't even know what All in the Family was.
I know.
Remember that?
What? See?
Yeah.
No. You don't remember?
God.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
You know what? We need a Talk Radio 1210 general knowledge test. Dan, my last year of teaching, I gave it to kids who were graduating, how they got through school. One said, we were in South Jersey. The Pacific Ocean touches Atlantic City.
Oh, my gosh.
Leonardo da Vinci was a mob dude.
Who said that? Leonardo da Vinci?
One of the students.
I love it.
I gave it a general knowledge test. Well, who was Leonardo? Mob dude.
How about a family feud between, Dawn?
Oh,
that would be fun.
Yeah, sure.
I guess I'm on, I hate to say it, but I guess I would be that team there. Where would I stay?
Yeah, exactly.
And Dom, Henry, we can get it going and have a pop culture.
Exactly. And listeners can participate. Yes.
This is good.
Yeah.
So what's coming up on the Dom Show today?
To that Antifa, Dawn, and we're going to talk with EJ and Tony after what happened.
It's
we
a
love
sin.
this guy. I agree. And
it's a sin.
It was 2 Republican senators apparently who engaged in this.
Wait. What happened with EJ? I'm sorry.
He got dropped from the BSL, the Bureau of Labor Statistics nomination.
And he is so awesome.
He is. And
so he would have been perfect.
Yeah, and he's going to be back on the horse here. So, you know what? Henry has a magic touch with this guy.
Ooh.
Suddenly, when Henry emails him anything, he could be in the middle of a conference with Trump. Sorry.
See?
Got to do it, Henry. I'm serious.
I love it.
Yeah.
EJ, we love you. We would have voted for you.
Exactly.
That's sad to hear.
We're going to primary those Republicans.
So excited for that.
Bad.
Yeah, exactly right. So,
Shame.
big news day.
Yeah, it is. Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. U.S. employers announced plans to add 117,000 jobs in September, marking the weakest September for hiring intentions since 2011. This is according to the latest data from the outplacement firm Challenger Gray and Christmas. Sam Altman's OpenAI has completed a deal to help employees sell shares in the company that now gives the ChatGPT owner a valuation of $500 billion, and that makes it now the world's largest startup. Let's make a deal. Yahoo reportedly in advanced talks to sell AOL. Yeah, that's still around. Reuters says Italy's Bending Spoons is interested, and the price tag could be $1.4 billion. And after years of getting shunned by major banks, Donald Trump's money has found another place to call home. Citigroup. The president's son, Eric, signed up as a client with the third largest U.S. lender and established a trust that holds some of his father's money at the bank. I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, which is presented by Window Nation. As we say good morning to Dean DeCivio, U.S. Army veteran.
Good morning.
Travis Manion Foundation has been around a long time. They do a lot of great work. They have the resources. Why do you think so many people struggle with coming back?
Isolation isn't good. We have to reach out to our veterans. And then to put veterans that are listening that are challenged, we ask you to reach out to us.
Some great insight. Thank you so much.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, so little time, so many targets today. It's, oh my God, the Pope. Got to start at the head of the line. Have you seen the clip? And we'll play it for you if you have not, of Pope Leo. And it's a tell. I have 2 of them. One, saying that I'm not pro-life because I'm for the death penalty. Would you like to debate, buddy? Your Holiness? 2, the Pope blessing this giant chunk of ice with these climate change maniacs. Giant block of ice, like 50 pounds of it. And he's blessing that in the name of what their real agenda is, climate control. Remember, we talked about this Pope. We talked about all the misgivings, and then he's from Villanova, he's American, so be quiet, Dom. I don't think so. But in addition to that, we're going to replay, and now we have it somehow or another. Henry, do you have any sense of how this was bumped up? I don't know. Now we have the sound of Madeline Dean. You can actually hear her, right? When she was hectoring.
Yeah,
Mike
I guess
Johnson.
someone got the inside scoop and just held on to it until last night.
Oh, maybe. Okay, because I don't see how you, with all that noise that was going on, how you can buffer it. Now, Mike Johnson's in trouble. And look, Johnson's got to be smoother than this. They're killing him. Headline, Mike Johnson stuns the political world by appearing to agree that Trump is unwell. So, first of all, you know, I wouldn't be rude. I'm not talking with Madeline Dean, though, if I'm Mike Johnson. I'm waving to her, saying, how's the family? And I'm continuing on. There's no reason to talk to this woman by anybody. You'll lose brain cells, first of all, by doing. I like to see a brain cell count from Mike Johnson now. After 5 minutes of that hectoring, she holds the 2 hands together and moves them in on you. The Dean of Decency. All right, here's what she said. You listen to Mike Johnson. They're going after him saying, yeah, he agrees that President Trump is unwell. Now, this is a woman who would go to the grave telling you how competent Joe Biden. I was just with Joe Biden the other day, Mary Gay and I in the Houlihan. Joe Biden's running rings around us, so much energy. He didn't even fall down when we were in the room. Here's Dean and Johnson.
Well, the president is unhinged. He is unwell. What are you doing? A lot of folks on your side are too. I don't control. Oh my God, please! That performance in front of the generals, that I didn't see it. Is so dangerous. You know I serve on Foreign Affairs and Appropriations. Yep. This is a collision of those two things. Our allies are looking elsewhere. Our enemies are laughing. I just left. You have a president who is unwell.
All right, how about going back? You know, I know you want to get rid of this woman. I told you, be polite. There's a way of be polite and keep moving. How's the family? See you later. You don't have to talk to her with this. That's not doctored, as far as I know. And he appears to be, according to people, they're just waiting for this on the other side to tell us that, yeah, he's kind of nodding along. Well, what about your side, though? Yeah, Trump's unwell, but what about your side? Don't engage in this with her. I know you're trying to be polite. Just get out of there. You can be polite. You don't have to be polite and stand there and talk to Madeline Dean. Okay. Now, the Pope. So this guy who is I guess he's the Cardinal of Chicago, okay? Cupich is to the left of I don't know who, and as corrupt in my view as any of these archbishops and cardinals are. He wants to award the Lifetime Achievement Award to Dick Durbin, alleged Catholic. Now, I went back and I took a look at Durbin's voting record, as I knew it would be. I once had an opportunity, Henry, and he ran down a hallway at a convention, so I never got the interview. He was pretty fast, too, at that point. It's like 20 years ago. Good work by Durbin. He voted against, for example, the bill that says if the baby survives, you have to give medical care. You know that one? I mean, look, you can be abortion and say, look, I think women have it. Okay, the baby survives. Yep, no medical care. That would undercut abortion. He voted to say, no, the baby doesn't get medical care. Among other things, his voting record is outstanding, according to NARAL. So how in the world was Cupich going to give him this award as a Catholic? because he's so pro-immigrant. Now, this is a tell of this whole corrupt enterprise, the Catholic Church. Yeah. The guy in Chicago and the Pope. I'm going to play you what the Pope says about this. And you talk about straw man that this religious figure, Pope Leo, sets up here. This guy could give lessons to Democrats and Republican straw men that they set up. You know, it's the type of thing when we say with Jimmy Kimmel, freedom of speech. And we're saying we're not talking about freedom of speech. We're talking about the code of conduct in broadcast TV. By the way, Henry, did you happen to see this? There was a dead giveaway that there is one. Jimmy Kimmel, for a joke, and I thought it was pretty clever, he had the sidekick cursing, they bleeped it, saying, oh, the FCC is not listening now because they're shut in too. Mm-hmm. Underlining, that's not freedom of speech. That's what? A code of conduct.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly what we said. There's a difference between untrammeled freedom of speech and a code of conduct when you're on talk radio, when you're on ABC, that kind of thing. So listen to the Pope. And is he talking to you if you're a Catholic, even if a fallen Catholic, saying, A, these people that say in defense, because this caused a controversy, and now several bishops, good for these bishops, I have a list of about 20 of them across the country, they went nuts, saying, you know what, buddy, this is over. We're not standing for this. You're not going to have an all-out abortion Catholic get this Lifetime Achievement Award. No, not without a fight. So Durbin has bowed out, but the Pope's taken no prisoners. He gives his definition of life. You know, I've said it for every year in talk radio, and in the beginning, some people would come after me. I don't care if they say you can't be a Catholic and be in favor of the death penalty. I don't care. Pope Leo sat here in this chair. Henry's so good at getting EJ and Tony. Maybe you ought to try Pope Leo.
Might as well.
Go and take a shot. You're on a roll. And he said, well, you know, that means you're outside of God and all excommunicado. I'm still for the death penalty. I will be for the death penalty. I've always been for the death penalty. And you know the rules. If you're on trial for your life, in Dom's world, you're getting the very best defense attorney you can and a lot of resources, DNA, all that. But in many cases, all that won't help you because you know you did it. We had evidence that you did it, maybe even like at Temple, the execution of Sergeant Fitzgerald. There's no doubt that that guy did it. You can have all the defense attorneys and everything else you want. You're getting the death penalty. And then he says, are you really pro-life if you're committing indignities, if you're making life brutal for, he calls them immigrants? How many of these immigrants, by the way, are inside the walls of the Vatican? He's talking about illegal immigrants in this country. The White House fired back. Caroline Leavitt is, and we're trying to get her on, is a devout Catholic who holds prayer sessions before she goes out to meet the media many days. And I'm saying that they're out of bounds because they're nasty to immigrants. I don't operate heavy machinery. Here's Pope Leo.
Someone who says I'm against abortion but says I'm in favor of the death penalty is not really pro-life.
Oh, really?
So someone who says that I'm against abortion but I'm in agreement with the inhuman treatment of immigrants
in the
United States, I don't know if that's pro-life. So they're very complex issues.
No, they're not.
I don't know if anyone has all the truth on them.
I think I do.
Ask first and foremost that there be greater respect for one another and that we search together both as human beings, in that case as American citizens or citizens of the state of Illinois, as well as Catholics, to say we need to really look closely at all of these ethical issues and to find the way forward as church. The church teaching on each one of those issues is very clear.
It is. I'm looking at the catechism. I don't see the milk bottle or anything else there now. You're talking about muddying the waters. So go ahead, Pope Leo, agitate to say if you're for the death penalty, you're out of bounds. That's it. It's a mortal sin, whatever you want to call it. Just think about this guy equating innocent life with justice and something that gives us the chance, hopefully, if we do it enough, to strike the fear of God in people not wanting to commit so many crimes. And notice the straw man. oh, you're so nasty, this treatment of immigrants. We were right about this guy. We were right about him all along, up and down the line. Now, the difference is, and they put their names on it, there were at least a dozen bishops, archbishops across the country who weighed in saying no. And complexity. How's it complex when your number one position, maybe the Pope would differ with that, is life, and this guy is anti-life? Up and down the line, Durbin is. Is that complex? The lecture. Well, this is complex. We have to study more. Just a typical dodge. Who are these guys? Are they just the face of what's happened, into the church and in general across the board? This is what you face? So if you are for the death penalty, you are not pro-life. That's what I'm taking out of this. And if you're for what ICE is doing, as far as removing people from the country that are here illegally, you're not pro-life. Isn't this a tell of where these guys are? At the same period of time, he blessed this huge block of ice with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yes, the Terminator there. And guess who the Terminator, now Henry, be ready, it's your best impression, be on mic here. The Terminator said when he met her at this conference, he was starstruck. Who is that young woman?
How dare you?
Yes, Greta Thunberg. The Terminator is starstruck, direct quote, by Greta Thunberg.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah, to put it oh my God. And
Yes.
the Pope is blessing this giant block of ice. I think we have it. We may have it on YouTube later. It's one of the cuts. All right, we got a great side question today. We got great guests coming by. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Mike Johnson's got to use his head. Can you imagine engaging with Madeleine Dean, not saying anything when she says the president's unwell? Just say, hey, when are you guys going to quit? Oh, I have another in our series, the 14 points by the Chester County Democrats who have not responded, apparently, to Henry. They're sniffing him out as a fascist. Hey, Chester County Democrats, I know who you should feature on your website. That would be the Antifa people. They're having a covert, underground, 3-day training session right here in Philadelphia this weekend. I'll give you some of the details on that. Now, if they are a domestic terrorism group, maybe they should be busted. We're told all the time, they're not a group, they're decentralized. Well, wait a minute. They're having this event here, maybe hundreds of them, on how to destroy our society. And if they come together, I'd say that's centralized. And I think if they're domestic terrorists, they ought to be taken in. That's an executive action. If they're plotting in this training, and I'm sure there's going to be more material, we're on it. On this, I'll give you the details. I've got a big announcement, too, for the Jack Ciattarelli event that will be happening. And I have to thank Mike Donahue, the guy that's running the event. He'll be with us down there, Henry, for his choice of pictures, which I'll explain in a moment. I don't know if you've seen it. Beautiful picture that he has up on the Cape Twitter. Here's the side question. Is it today or yesterday? I thought it was today that Marx dropped Das Kapital. I think it was today. That's okay.
I think it was today, yeah.
Yeah. Commies, they don't care. Everything's okay. So in honor of that, the last time we did this, a year and a half ago, all-time worst idea. I'm going to put the word dumb in there, too, to give you a little bit more. Communism was the winner. Hard to beat. But communism, we're taking off. It's in honor of communism today. So I want, and Time had some unbelievable ones. One I objected to. They had the top 100 worst ideas of the century. And one of them, Henry, was getting a suntan.
What?
Yeah. Well, there's cancer. There's all that type of stuff.
There's cancer in everything.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, you have a good tan, you really don't care. But they did have a couple of good ones. I'm going to take prohibition off the board. I thought that was a pretty good one. And one I have to get more details on, the Ugandan space program. Can you imagine?
Huh?
Yes, Uganda
what?
apparently had a space program. They were going to blast off. That's on the surface of
man.
it. Outrageous.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
They don't like the hair club for men. I think, come on, give guys a break. I have a bunch more here. Smell-o-vision.
Smell-o-vision?
Yeah, didn't you ever hear smell-o-vision? You
Yeah,
can actually
I've heard
smell
of it.
what you're watching.
I would hate that. That sounds awful. It
That
sounds like I'd be
does.
gagging the whole time.
It's repulsive. It's like when Kramer said the beach is my cologne. They said that's repugnant. Yeah. All right, what's yours, Henry?
Yeah, so I'll take two off the board here. The first one I got to take off the board. I mean, an all-time bad idea. The Titan submersible.
Yeah.
I mean, what
those
kind
guys.
what kind of people thought it'd be a good idea to put you in a giant tin can, thousands of feet down the ocean? How are you controlling it? You're controlling it with an Xbox controller on a 25-inch, monitor, and you're all sitting on the ground.
You know what? If that came out of the, I gotta say, it's not the most entertaining, but it is the dumbest idea.
Yeah, I mean,
it is.
and they failed every safety inspection known to man up until
course.
that, that fateful moment.
Yeah.
It's just a bad idea. And then the other one I'm going to take off, something we're currently living through right now, and I think it's only going to get worse, and that's the introduction of AI chatbots.
Yes.
A lot of
agree with that.
people are using AI chatbots as companions, and I think it's a bad thing because I mean.
Not just companions, but also romantic partner.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a romantic partner. Like I'm seeing there's an article yesterday that the Facebook chatbot's going to start selling you things too. I mean, people aren't going to be in relationships with other people. I mean, relationships with a screen. It just sounds like we're on a.
I saw at Barrett today they had, could you have a chatbot talk show host? See, this is where I really get worried. We got to put the kibosh on this.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think a chatbot producer might be better, though. Just imagine. They're running all over the place in the producer's lounge here doing, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
I love if the chatbot could just pull up the cuts whenever I needed them.
And answer the
That'd
phones.
be great. I wouldn't have to scramble.
What the hell do you want? It's a dumb idea. Yes. All right, Kirk.
So mine, and I think it's going to be agreed with our listeners, Twitter, and our YouTube chat. Roundabouts. I can't stand them. I can't drive through them.
Hate Europe.
Right. Well,
I can't drive.
You know what the tactic is on that? Yeah. You go slow, but you don't stop, no matter what.
I have
you
to
aggressively go slow.
I have to do like a couple of Hail Marys, and I'm like, praise to baby Jesus, please let me get through this roundabout without getting killed.
If I were a certifier, if you can drive, I'm taking you out driving through one of them. Yeah, that's going to be the test.
Oh, that'd be good. No, it's you got to before you pass your driving test, we got to see how you enter this roundabout.
Yeah, exactly. And how about driving with the foot? You got 2 feet, use the other one. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump in on that. Your reaction to the Pope. We have coming up Dave McCormick. We have E.J. Antoni, one of the first interviews after what happened there with the Trump administration. And who's the third there? We have
Jody.
Oh, Jody Del Barbara. Big stuff on what's happening with the parade this year, among other things. All right, and who knows who else might pop in, but you're in right now at 855-839-1210.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today. Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
It's time to fall into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 34% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Bob's isn't just about selling firearms, so they have the most incredible selection around. They're a full-service shop with years of experience and a commitment to helping customers become safe, responsible gun owners. Right now, you can sign up for a handgun cleaning class, just $35, manufacturer specific. Learn how to clean your firearms safely, step by step. Spots are limited, so pre-register today. Also, don't miss their next co-ed shoot on October 12th. Perfect for beginners or experienced shooters. It's a fun, supportive way to learn or sharpen your skills. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers, and they also offer renewal certifications, so you can make sure your license is current. No alcohol or drugs permitted, but you don't need a firearms ID card or prior experience to attend an event at Bob's. So visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Welcome in. All right, one big announcement. And I really got charged up yesterday when the word came down that this was on. You know, we're really looking forward to the Jack Ciattarelli rally at the Seaport a week from tomorrow. Over 1,000 people registered already. You can register at the Republican Party there. There's going to be a big tribute to Charlie Kirk. 3 of us are speaking, Rich, Matt Rooney, and myself. And we're doing the pregame show from Mulligan's. Now,
baby.
Woo!
Now come on, you got to get on the job there, Pam. We need some fall summer White House shirts or fall White House shirts like the summer White House. Mulligan's in the fall. That's at 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right there in Wildwood, a stone's throw away, or my football throw away from the Seaport. Well, it's a little exaggeration, maybe.
Football throw.
Football throw. I might bring a football to the Seaport, Henry. You know, a nice win there. I think 40 yards could be, could be in the air. You can throw, too.
I'd love to.
You think you can throw 40 yards?
We'll have to see. Yeah, I have to warm up the arm a little bit.
I think you have 40 yards in you.
Yeah, okay. I tore this labrum back in high school. Who knows how good it is? I don't know. I'm just tempering expectations.
I tore both. Yeah. All right. So, we've got to bring a football. I have that Bridgestone football. Let me write myself a note. That is aerodynamic. A guy gave it to me at the event, promising there's 40 yards in it. That's how crazy this is. All right. So, we already have a whole roster of people coming. The guy that just made incredible news, he and his colleague that founded Surge Philly, Frank Scales, jumped at the chance. He'll be there. You'll be able to meet him at Mulligan's. Scott Presler, I think, is going to make it because I know he's speaking over in North Wildwood for the rally part at 4 o'clock. So, get stoked up for the rally, make a day of it, have lunch there, then come to the big rally. I've been talking to Jack Ciattarelli's guy. I think he'll call in, but he might make it over there, depending. So, and Johnny, we have to review. I think we said this. Really loves Joe Concha, who's on the show tomorrow. And we're already going to be asking Joe Concha to journey to Mulligan's. That's kind of a random guy, but I said, yeah, of course. When he was on, he was great the last time he was on.
Can't wait for him tomorrow.
Yeah, and he's working on a book, The 99 Most Disliked People. He says Don Lemon. You can come up after a few beers and go, come on, buddy. Don Lemon, yes, might be top 10. Just don't say Pelosi. Don't go with the old tire ones.
Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett might be in the top 10 at this point with a lot of people. All right, so that's all happening a week from tomorrow, both the rally, then the pregame show. It will be a fabulous day in Wildwood. If you haven't been before, here's one last chance this year. And it is such a, I think of the scenes of it, the debacle of Gravy losing out to Sauce big time. It was all-time defeat. Happened right there on those grounds. And I haven't rectified it yet.
No, you got to regroup. You got to figure out a new strategy and then attack it a different way.
Yeah, like bring in a bunch of ringers and have them vote another way and say Gravy won.
No, yeah, you need some like spies in there, some like espionage, like getting in people's ears. Like
exactly.
Can you believe this guy calls it sauce? Like,
well, the people counting the ballots were all Italian and all pro Gravy. We still couldn't win. Extreme. Frank of South Philly was one of the judges. Roe was a crazy. I was looking at her face. It was like she lost the presidential election.
Stunned disbelief.
As the votes came in, she kept looking for more. There were 300 votes for counting there forever.
She was looking for more votes? Wow, she really is a politician.
Yeah. Leslie Fisher-Pine was counting too, and it was just a shocking defeat. Okay. So make plans on that. We'd love to see you. It is a great spot, great drinks, great food, and you'll love the guests and love the stuff that come our way. All right, so we are looking for the all-time worst dumb idea, communism, essentially, Das Kapital. And when you read Marx, when you read the stuff this guy wrote, how in the world was this successful? You read Thomas Jefferson, back in the day, and the language a bit stilled it for now, but it was inspiring, lifting. This stuff reads like George Costanza doing the books on tape, the whole thing. With that annoying voice.
His own voice.
Henry, could we, you think it's on tape somewhere, books on tape, a sample of somebody reading a Karl Marx book?
Yeah.
I
would think if it sells, I think someone would do it eventually.
But I mean, is there just they give you a cut without paying, that kind of thing?
Yeah, let me look.
I'd love to hear a guy reading from Karl Marx, books on tape. And can you imagine sitting around, how in the world did this succeed? It was right for the time. So all-time dumb idea. Democrat Party, that's already taken off. Okay, we get we get that. All right, 855-839-1210. I'd love to get your reaction to the Pope. Now, more details on this coming up. I'll give you the Antifa covert action this week, but I wanted to make sure, because I don't think you're going to hear this anywhere else. Kudos to I'm on so many different sites. That's where the information comes from. The people send me stuff. The Delaware Republican Party is doing a good thing. They're going after the University of Delaware to address a student TV network's violent messaging. Apparently, in a recent episode, they say, University of Delaware, of the biweekly show, which is an SNL-style program produced under the University of Delaware's supervision. The end credits included this: a special thanks to Charlie Kirk's killer. Now, just think about how many of them put this up and put this up there at the end of the student-produced Saturday Night Live thing. Special thanks to Charlie Kirk's killer. They got caught. And now the Delaware Republicans are wanting to know who's in charge, how did this happen, what's going to happen to the people that put up in the credits, special thanks to Charlie Kirk's killer. All right, there's got to be some comeuppance on this stuff. It's one thing you say something nasty about Trump or whatever, but special thanks to Charlie Kirk's killer. Faculty, others looking at this, people didn't see this, or did they think it was funny? Can't you take comedy? It's satire. All right. Way to go, Delaware Republicans. Stick on that. Keep on that. All right. I'll give you the Antifa stuff coming up. You get in at 855-839-1210 at 1 o'clock. Dr. E.J. Antoni. He got rejected. Nomination pulled. We'll find out his thoughts on going through that process to be the head of Bureau of Labor Statistics. The upside, he's an all-time great economist, and he's free now to speak his mind and come on with us. And Henry just ran. Oh, yeah, this is the Michette line here. Yeah, here he is. Even in the middle of this controversy coming on. He's here at 1. And I feel so bad for the guy going through this. The shots they took at him and all, I mean, just brutal. He's back at Heritage. We'll talk with him about all that. But you get in at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Hit us also with your thoughts on Pope Leo. Are you pro-life? If you're a Catholic particularly, you're pro-life and you support the death penalty. Nope, not with this guy. Can you imagine the audacity? Go ahead. Put it down as doctrine. Do an encyclical. Speak from the chair. Just in one day, this guy showed what the Catholic Church is about, blessing this giant block of ice with Schwarzenegger and Thunberg and these other crazies. It's about climate, and it's about illegal immigrants. They want illegal immigrants. Easier to deal with, more Catholics. Those of us who complain about their corruption, well, you're out of the family business then. You're not pro-life anymore. You're probably not a Catholic. So is being for the death penalty, Pope, a mortal sin? Is that where we're going to come down, or some kind of sin? You're the one whose morality, in my judgment, is off here, big time. And this guy in Chicago, honoring Dick Durbin, a guy who said if the baby survives, no medical procedures. Just think about that. You kind of skipped over that, telling us how it's not complex. And you're not going to make it complex. 855-839-1210.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives and the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade. Not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS. Weather sponsored by Moderna.
The quiet and comfortable conditions continue in the forecast as we finish off the work week. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high temperature a bit below average of around 70. Another cool night tonight, mostly clear, low 54 for the city, 40s out in the suburbs. And another pleasant day on Friday with plenty of sunshine, a bit warmer with a high 74.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh my God. What a stimulating reader. I should have put that in Seinfeld. All right. Thank you, Henry, for finding that. That's from Das Kapital.
Yes.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
And the world is aflame with stuff.
I told him that exactly the same thing.
The whole thing's free online. It was very easy to find.
Oh, my. Of course. It should be free.
Yeah,
They're commies. Come on. And then Mandani, oh man, can I read that on tape? Get somebody to read my
Oh,
that'd be
so funny if he
exactly.
had an audiobook of this.
Exactly. Oh yeah. You know, we have to look into more books on tape to see if there's any stuff out there, because the read is generally just mind-boggling. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what's the worst books out there?
Yeah, the worst books. Yeah, if you know of one, let us know. That's Das Kapital dropping. All-time worst idea is what we are looking for. By the way, I just saw that this is a really good sign for the big election in Jersey. For the first time since New Jersey mail-in balloting began for 2025 governor, Republicans requested more single election ballots than Democrats, a measure of enthusiasm. And that's for this week. And right now, the Republicans are up 7 points more red than this point in 2024. And that's during the Trump, as far as mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballot return dates, they give all that. That is such a good sign. And those of you fighting the mail-in ballot thing, you're kind of like the last Japanese soldiers in a cave on Iwo Jima. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You know, think about it in a football game. You're down like 100-0 as the ball gets kicked off. I mean, it's depressing. Stop it already. There are ways to do this. Early voting in Jersey is the way to go. It breeds enthusiasm. It breeds we're in this to win it. And we definitely are. I think it's better than even money. I'm not going to go crazy and say Cettarelli probable, but it's moving a little bit toward that. And after this big rally and after the stuff we do in Wildwood, it's really going to help with South Jersey. So bring a lot of people, get them down there. Mulligan's pregame show, then over with Rich, he'll be broadcasting from the big rally at the Seaport. It's going to be a huge day. All right, I'm going to take a couple calls here coming up. All-time dumbest idea. Here's the headline. Antifa to host covert training conference in Philadelphia. They're hosting a 3-day training conference for fellow anti-fascists this week, despite Democrats insisting that it's not an organization. The annual Philly Share Convergence will occur over the coming Friday through Sunday, according to an advertisement circulating in Antifa circles. So-called skill shares are educational sessions where activists gather to learn street-level strategies. This year's skill fair is slated to offer a series of hour-long workshops, including a lesson on evading law enforcement and eluding capture. Don't turn yourself in. Be a fugitive. That particular course will teach preparedness practice and tactics for resisting state coercion. Other instructional panels range from a tutorial on applying radio technology, to federated social media for anarchists, a crash course in connecting with far-left forums. Called Kavaktia Social, for example, is a server allowing anti-fascist cohorts such as Antifa International to convene online. Yet, this is not centrally organized. That's what the Inquirer would have you believe. How dare you call this? Now, if this is a domestic terrorist organization, I would argue, hopefully, they're going to be good at infiltrating these losers. And we are going to see some arrests this weekend. Oh, my God. What about freedom of speech? Is it really that? They're a domestic terrorist group. This is like, in the Klan or something that we're looking at here. That's what these people are up to. Get lasers, blind people in the federal building. Henry's working on getting on this woman that was on with Waters last night. It got attacked. She's a journalist who exposed this, what it's like in Portland. Blocks around the ICE center there have been taken over by Antifa. And yet the police. Now, all I have to tell you about the Portland police. Who is it that rose in the ranks to be in charge of day-to-day in Portland? Danielle Lawless. No, I'm sorry, Danielle Outlaw.
Same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Danielle Outlaw. Can you imagine? Yeah, Danielle Outlaw, I want to be a cop. She was in charge when Andy Ngo was beaten almost to death there in Portland. That's what Portland's about. They don't like it now that Trump is not going to take it anymore, and rightfully so. And they're going to be putting federal troops in there if they have to. I would secure those blocks and arrest some of these people and have them pick up the trash. Can you imagine? They've taken over blocks where people don't go that all lead into the... I've said this many times. I've covered this, as you know, the Wall Street protesters. What were they? They're blanking on the name of them. The ones that hung out in their own urine and slept in it down in City Hall and all that. And every one of them had a title.
Occupy Wall Street?
Occupy Wall Street, yeah. And they would do this thing, mic check. So when I started to speak at this one thing, they would start screaming mic check. And that means all of them start talking. So what you have to do is you have to fake like you're going to talk and then not talk.
You pull a Frank Scales?
Yeah, pull a Frank Scales. And then move the mic back like you're going home and then start talking. It drives them nuts. But they were actually sleeping in their own litter and trash right there at the concourse of City Hall. That's what we're dealing with here, although Antifa is just much more violent. They'll do anything. Coming to Philadelphia. Why Philadelphia? They know this is fertile ground. They heard about the Commie Chinese Party flag. We haven't heard back, right, from anybody in the Harrisburg? Okay, yeah. Hopefully, they'll respond to this and let the city of Philadelphia be aware how out of bounds this is. All right, I have faith in Van Drew and others that we gave it to yesterday. All right, let's go to, Let's go to the Earl of Tacony here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Regarding Pope Leo,
yes.
I have a joke. I don't believe it's blasphemous. It's an old joke. But Pope Leo does realize that the only reason he has his job is because of the federal death penalty, right?
Oh.
If Jesus wasn't killed by the government, he wouldn't have his job.
Yeah.
So there's that. And I like how they have all this Antifa training. And like I've always said before, if you look at January 6th and all the stuff that they're doing, it looks like all the stuff they did in Portland and stuff like that, where they trained them how to attack the police and everything. It was just so obvious when you look at them, and they get the same training everywhere they go, and they say they're nonviolent.
Well, on top of which, they are an organization. They may be decentralized a little bit, but they are an organization. They're not just individual people. They act as cells. That's part of the deal, but they They come together to, to hold this conference, Earl. That's the evidence right there. What's your side today?
My side, I've been lazy all week. I haven't been feeling well, so I'm just going to play to the host heart, and I'm going to go. I'm going to go Godfather 3. I mean, did we really need that? I mean, the first movie was too long. The second movie was too long. They combined the two together into the epic, which was incredibly long. And someone thought, let's make a trilogy. It's like, no. Hey, wonder what happened to Michael after he slammed the door in Kay's face. No one cares. How about, no, don't do it. And they did it anyway.
All right. Thank you very much. Dan had a good one, Henry. I wrote it down. But a film that you haven't seen, but you think everybody should. It's kind of an offbeat side question.
The film. Wait. So phrase that again. Is it a film I've seen that you think other people should see, or a film that you haven't seen?
You haven't seen, but you believe everybody should
everyone else
see.
Seen. Well, we talked about one yesterday. I've never seen The Exorcist.
Okay. All right, there you go. Right. I think I would put that on my top 100 that everybody should see that. Yeah, it's well done.
But expand on Earl's answer there. There's so many sequels out there that come 20, 30 years later that just fall flat.
Godfather 3 is the biggie because of the sacred nature of
the
other two. Yeah. So, okay, that's a good answer.
Star Wars.
By the way, I kind of in my head have tomorrow's side question already. Since the Phillies on Saturday play the L.A. Dodgers, things associated with L.A., Southern California, Hollywood, I think will garner, unless we find something overwhelming between now and then. I kind of like that.
I can't wait for the Shohei chants.
Yeah.
Oh, same thing they did with Strider. Shohei.
Well, I'm prepared to say that technically, if he has a few more years like this of actually pitching, he is the greatest player of all time in baseball.
He will be up there for sure. I mean, if he keeps hitting at this rate too.
Yeah, right.
Like I saw, he's got the most homers on a new team through 2 years in MLB or third all time.
How's a guy like that steal 50 bases? He doesn't look like
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Does he play in the field at all?
No, not anymore.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, $800 million. Why are you playing in the field?
Yeah, we're already pitching and hitting.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Coming up a little bit more on this Antifa convention here in Philadelphia. And again, make plans. Weather should be fine. Wildwoods all day, essentially. Well, noon till 7. We're going to be down there with Jack Chitterelli, Rich, Matt Rooney, the pregame show with Johnny Z over at Mulligan's. No other station does stuff like this. It takes a lot to pull it off because it's like 2 hours away, to be taking all that infrastructure. But thanks to Johnny and thanks to the whole operation with Mike Donahue. By the way, Henry, did you see the poster they put up? They announced the speakers. I think you put it up by now. Nice picture of me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 20 years ago.
Of course.
So don't come shocked and say, what the hell? Yeah. I think it's 20 years ago. It may be 15. It may be 15. Yeah, Cape GOP. I don't know if he put it up. If you can't, he texted it to me. And nice promotion of the summer White House, too. All right. 855-839-1210. It's a good time, though, to tell you, for years, we've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart and cholesterol levels. They reduce inflammation. They promote joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things to do, what I do for my health. So now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue Omega-3 supplements. Right now, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue Omega-3 supplement, including the most popular Rescue 1250s. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use that code OMEGA50, OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember, use that code OMEGA50, OMEGA50, buy one, get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free. This is the good stuff at res-q.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
More than 150 dogs and cats rescued from filthy conditions are in need of new homes. The match is set. The Phils prepare to take on the Dodgers in the NLDS this Saturday. The Marian Anderson Museum teams up with one of Philly's most historic churches for an upcoming fall festival.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
So, Henry, you'll be coming to the summer White House this time, right? You'll be in charge there on the floor?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, watch out for Johnny Z. He just tweeted, "Hey, at Henry Michette, how on God's green earth have you never seen The Exorcist? That's ridiculous."
You know what? I said it a little bit of it yesterday. I know, like, the scene where, like, she, like, pukes, right?
Yeah.
That stuff skeeves me out so bad. It's the only reason I haven't watched. I'm not scared by horror movies, like, at all. It's just those types of things, like a David Cronenberg movie, like those just, no.
Sounds like you better watch it before next Friday.
I think I have to at this.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, 'tis the season. I gotta watch a lot of horror movies this month.
You go.
And I'll be there. I'll be there as well.
All right, Kirk, have you seen The Exorcist?
Yes, and it's gross.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
I'm validated.
You're validated.
Man, Johnny jumping on that one. We So we might use that as a side question. Tomorrow it's going to be the LA thing, I think, though. So think long and hard on that. Something associated with person, place, or thing. Those are always fun with the Dodgers coming to town. This is cut 9, Henry. The sticking point, the back and forth of Democrats trying to tell the American people that no, This isn't about Medicaid / money / all kinds of things going that the big, beautiful bill stopped for people that are here illegally. It's about Democrats wanting us to continue to pay those health care costs. Listen to Ro Khanna saying the quiet part out loud, that's exactly a big part of this. Cut 9.
In terms of health care, the reality is they're just not being honest. The amount of money that actually is going towards people who are undocumented is such a small portion of the Medicaid cuts or the Affordable Care Act, if at all. And so we can argue that point, but the reality that even the vice president would acknowledge, that anyone who looks at the numbers will acknowledge, is 90 to 95% of the funding we're talking about is talking about funding for American citizens.
Okay, well then let's stop. Wait a minute. Let's stop that 10%. Just snap your fingers. Let's just stop it. We're not going to do that. Take that out. Reaffirm that that's illegal. You can't do it in any way, shape, or form. They don't want to do that. They want to bypass the big, beautiful bill and put that back in. And that is a major point of contention. Plus, they want to spend about $1.5 trillion more. And back and forth we go. I do think within the week, though, this will be settled one way or another. We'll ask Dave McCormick, will be here tomorrow, where he sees this going as far as settlement. But coming up, real treat. Can hardly wait to what he says about the numbers and the shutdown. That would be one Dr. E.J. Antoni from the Heritage Foundation, whose nomination was dropped by the Trump administration this week to be the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, where some of the problems are. So jump on board, 855-839-1210. E.J. Antoni next on Talk Radio 1210.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a Tasty Cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, we've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hi, I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Remember the market crash in 2020 when you lost almost 40% of your investment accounts? And remember that promise that you made to yourself that if you ever made some of that money back, you would get off the stock market roller coaster. Well, that time has come, and that time is now. Recently, you've regained some of those lost retirement savings, but you still have not realized those gains because your money is still at risk. Don't forget that promise you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 7th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
All right, Dom Giordano, show Dr. E.J. Antoni with us again. Chief Economist Richard Astor, Fellow, the Heritage Foundation's Grover M. Herman Center for Policy and Budget?
Federal budget.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, the cutoff happens here every time. All right, E.J. back with us, and we are thrilled to have him here, particularly in the middle of this shutdown. E.J., welcome back in. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, Dom, my pleasure. It is great to get back on the circuit, you know?
Well, absolutely, EJ. Any lessons learned by that whole process for you?
Oh, goodness, yeah. Quite a few, not the least of which is the fact that the president is actually hilarious in person. He's even funnier one-on-one than he is on TV, which was great. But look, politics is a blood sport. That's certainly a lesson to take away from it. And even if it's not personal, even if it's all business, it is certainly not for the faint of heart. And at the end of the day, because of how our government is structured, because of how these appointments are handled, it's not just up to one person. Mm-hmm. The saying goes, it takes two to play, right? And if the president nominates somebody, that's not enough. The Senate's got to get on board. They do have that advise and consent role, and we just didn't have the support, unfortunately. What you find a lot of times is that just because somebody has an R behind their name does not mean they're going to be on board with a Republican president's agenda. So, again, it is what it is, and I'm happy to move on and get back to the stuff that I loved doing beforehand, which is being on great shows like yours and getting to talk to the American people.
Exactly.
The whole reason I went back and got my degrees was because I wanted to teach. And I'm kind of in the same thinking as Walter Williams. When I get to do shows like yours, Dom, it's like I'm in a big classroom and I get to share knowledge with people, which I love.
You know what? You are the inheritor of that. And I remember back at WWDB, the first time I had Walter Williams on, it was incredible how he got people to be interested in economics. You know, the usual stuff, your eyes glaze over. But with you, we've come to learn the insight and the types of things that go on, and making it not just all charts and graphs are invaluable. So, EJ, the shutdown, usually in talk radio, you know this, we kind of minimize this because it's easy to do when you're talking about non-essential employees. Is there anything here that is troubling or could be troubling as a result of the government going into hiatus?
I don't think so, Dom. This really feels like a different animal this time around. If we look back, what happened under Obama, for example, right? They made the shutdowns as painful as possible because they wanted to force the American people to call their elected representatives and say, I don't care what it takes, just get the government back open, right? I don't care what we have to spend or what we have to do. It doesn't matter. So they made it as painful as possible. You had World War II veterans who had a planned event at their memorial, and all these poor guys show up in wheelchairs, and they had the park police or whoever it was put up barricades so that they couldn't get to their memorial. I mean, that's borderline satanic at that point. These guys who fought and their fellows died, and they can't go and remember those deceased fellows. And God bless those guys who stormed the beaches of Normandy. When they got there to the memorial, they tore down those barricades too, so that they could get there.
Yeah, well, we had it in Philadelphia with the Colonial Tavern, and these were like middle-class wage earners. At the last second, they pulled it. And they depend on big tips there. And the reason they pulled it was, they said, for safety reasons, just to create misery, EJ, the last time we've done this. So is there anything in the economics of this? How do we determine? I mean, I've determined myself. How would you articulate, though? Is it your view that we are seeing people, illegal immigrants, partake through Medicaid, et cetera, of health care benefits?
Oh, sure. You're seeing that already. And the amazing thing is here, Dom, I think, is how Democrats love to speak out of both sides of their mouth. On the one hand saying, oh, no, we don't, we're not giving health care or anything to these illegals, except now they're shutting down the government specifically so they can ensure illegals continue to get health care benefits. They are so ticked off about what happened in the one big beautiful bill, or now big beautiful law, right? And so they're doing everything they can to reverse all of that. They don't care, for example, that rural hospitals got tens of billions of dollars in additional funding. They don't care. What they care about is making sure that their future voter base, aka illegal aliens, let's just call a spade here, they care about their future voter base staying here in the country. Well, if you keep cutting off all these illegal aliens from all the welfare benefits that they've been getting, Dom, whether that's food stamps, whether that's one of half a dozen different housing assistance programs, whether that's free health care, these people are going to continue self-deporting, which is what has been happening all year. I just saw an estimate that said that they currently think over 1 million people have decided to self-deport this year. That is phenomenal progress. And so you're going to continue to see that pattern of self-deportations as you start turning off the spigots, as it were, as you start taking away all of these taxpayer-funded goodies. That's a good thing, and we should be willing to fight over this.
And it's a good thing because there's no rounding up. There's not an expense. There's not the turmoil that happens. People on their own are leaving. That's exactly the best possible outcome. EJ, a lot of talk, as we come out of the shutdown to pivot toward the midterms, and the argument that the media is making is about the grocery store, inflation, and Trump. And, we're seeing some items. You can always see that. I don't know if eggs will be the centerpiece. What can you tell us about that, since he's unleashed energy and that's helped? What is it, if anything, that's driving those prices?
Well, Dom, unfortunately, when you look at a lot of what the government does, and this is why there are so many bad incentives for people in Congress and the president to do the wrong thing, what happens a lot of times is you initially can get a good effect, and then the bad effect comes later. And this is why I liken bad monetary policy to drinking too much. Nobody drinks too much because you get a hangover first. If you had to get a hangover before you felt good, before you got a buzz from drinking, nobody would drink. The reason people drink is because the buzz comes first and the hangover comes the next morning, or drink too much, I should say, right? And so when you look at something like monetary policy, what happened last fall when the Fed cut interest rates in an environment of heightening inflationary pressure? They did it right before the election because they were trying to get their preferred candidate across the finish line. It didn't work. It did produce a temporary stock market rally, and it did plant the seeds for future inflation 6 and 12 months hence. Well, that's one of the big things we're dealing with now, Dom. They cut interest rates when there was no reason to.
Right.
Whether you're looking at price indexes or whether you're looking at labor indexes, it didn't matter. There was no justification for cutting rates. They did anyway. You got the temporary good effects, and now we're dealing with the fallout, which again is this continued steady increase in prices. It's not nearly as bad as it was in, let's say, the summer of 22 or early 23, but it's still not good enough.
Absolutely. EJ, it's so good to have you back. And, we were hoping, despite the fact we couldn't talk to you as much, you would have been there. What now with the BOS? where does it go? What is it exactly? I think you had thoughts before you were up for the job. What exactly has to be done with it? Is it you still stick with only quarterly doing it rather than monthly? What is it, the reform that's needed?
Well, if the shutdown continues long enough, we may end up with quarterly reports instead of monthly anyway.
Yeah.
No, Dom, the big problem is that it's exactly what it was even before I was nominated, and even before the last commissioner was fired. There's a lack of leadership, and sadly, whether there's somebody who's actually sitting in the chair or not, it seems like the lack of leadership is just as bad. So you really do need to completely reform the agency, and it starts with personnel. This is actually, I think, a really good time to do that, because there are so many vacancies right now. Something like 1 in 5 of all the leadership positions at BLS are actually vacant today.
Wow.
Because the last commissioner, as people retired, the last commissioner didn't replace anybody. And they turn around and they blame it on the hiring freeze, except that these workers were either, number one, exempt from that hiring freeze, or number two, the commissioner could have very easily just gotten waivers to fill all of those positions. And so the Department of Labor never even knew that there was an issue at BLS regarding personnel until it was too late. That kind of failure of communication, again, that speaks to a lack of leadership. And so you get the right people in there to implement the kind of statistical, economic, and mathematical reforms that need to be implemented, and you can improve the product, and you can get us back to a place where the BLS becomes the gold standard again for data.
EJ, while we have you here, are you celebrating, because it's our side question today, it's kind of the softer side of Sears that people call in on. We're asking the all-time dumb idea because Marx dropped Das Kapital today, and we played a guy reading it. How in the world did this impenetrable language inspire the chaos in the world fight, 70 years after the fact? Any sense of that? Have you read Marx?
Oh, goodness. I've read excerpts. I've never been able to get very far at any one time, though, because I've noticed, going back to alcohol, no amount of alcohol is enough to incentivize me to read very much of it in one sitting. Look, here's the problem with Marx. It's very easy to translate that garbage into something that sounds very good,
right?
Into something that sounds enticing at first. And that's very, very seductive. This is why Marxism just won't die. This is why Keynesian economics just won't die. It sounds so good and so appealing at first, like the serpent tempting Eve with the apple in the Garden of Eden. And what's the actual fallout from it? Utter disaster. It always has been, and it always will be. You can't find a place where Marxism has worked. You can't find a place where sin has delivered anything but misery, right? But at the end of the day, as long as you have those silver-tongued serpents who are going to try to deliver the Marxist message, I promise I'll be out there trying to deliver the truth.
Absolutely. EJ, thank you so much. Where do we find you on Twitter?
The handle there is @RealEJAntoni.
Thank you, EJ. Welcome back on the circuit. We are thrilled, and thank you. And thanks for getting into the ring. It's an easy thing from afar, but actually jumping in. Thank you for doing that.
Hey, my pleasure, Dom. Thank you for having me. Look forward to joining again.
All right, EJ Antoni. Henry will just pick up the hotline there, and there we go. What a guy. It's sad, we love having access to him, that he didn't stay with the BOS. You heard what he said about Marx at the end, or sin.
I'm saying it's their loss.
Their loss. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're bringing up sin in Congress. That's, this. Well, what happens is with Marxism or socialism, which sounds better, it goes away for a while because of the disaster. And then people don't have any knowledge of it. There's no knowledge of history. And it looks like, wow. And particularly in New York, look, Mondani has identified a big problem there, affordability. Why is Jersey so unaffordable? Why is New York so unaffordable? And his solution, though, is eat the rich. They're the ones that are doing this. They're the ones that are driving it. I mean, to rent an apartment in New York, my God, You need like 18 people living together. It's just
stunning. A friend of mine, he works in New York City, but he doesn't live in New York City.
No.
I can't.
Yeah, exactly.
And he takes 5 subways to work every morning.
Yeah,
from Jersey.
That's right. And then you can't drive a car. I mean, right there, I'm out. That's the hardest thing of all. No car. That's it. No way. All right. 855, driverless or otherwise. Yeah. 855-839-1210. We will put you on board. That's the side question today. All-time dumb ideas. By the way, I have more from our buddies. Boy, thank you guys for the show fodder from the Chester County Democrats who are so happy with their 14-point program. I saw an article telling us about how we're fascists. Google reporting today a 2,500% spike in Google search results for Trump and fascist. All right, and this is just from recent time. This is how they keep on ratcheting this up. Their allies in media academic Renomov and activist circles have ramped up this language. And isn't this obviously, look, I don't know what we'd have to trade them to stop the Nazi and the whole thing. Part of me complains about it. Part of me says, you know what? Let them continue to do this because it's so easy to point out. So very easy to point out that they have nothing else. This is what they resort to time after they get tired of it. But imagine in horsey country, Chester County, these maniacs in the Democrat Party putting up their 14-part series on who's a fascist. Come on, guys. You have all. Now, today's the one that I've seen, or the most recent one that I've seen. Trump hates unions. Fascists go after unions. Whoa, wait a minute. Trump has more of a breakthrough with unions than arguably, but it goes back to Reagan maybe or beyond, than any that I can think of. I mean, it has been Trump that has broken through with unions, second to none. 855-839-1210, you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash these days. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for your new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan with one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Down jogging down Broad Street, his denim tracksuit shines. He's never on the run, he's always on time. Yeah, he'll tell you sauce is gravy, but we all know the score. He's stirring up colors and they're coming back for more. Oh yeah.
All right, how did Newman Price do that? Beautifully done, Henry. AI.
Yeah. It's impressive how good this is.
Yeah. It's not him singing. I mean,
No, it's AI.
Yeah, AI. Yeah. Beautifully done. Just because I wear jeans jogging, who knew that would be a big thing? And I'm not sure if Dan did that or it was you too, both. I just am amazed. You know, it's uncomfortable. Sweatsuits and all. I don't know, itchy.
Itchy. Jeans would be itchy running.
No, not at all.
Oh,
yeah, no, they're fine. Thank you, Newman. And I like how you worked that in because I said I would play it many times and never did. We have to put it into bumper music.
Yeah, we had to get it in somehow.
All right, you're going to take that off the list now. We did it. Newman, keep them coming. Yeah. The lyrics, well put. Maybe something special that we can unveil a week from tomorrow at Mulligan's. Don't forget, we'll be there with some great guests. We always like to mix it up. Mike of, we don't even say the last name, he's a union guy. He has Wake Up New Jersey. Is going to be there. Frank Scales and his co-founder of Surge Philly will be there. Side question. Okay, that's good. And we hope Dawn Fantasia, Scott Presler, we're talking to him. There's going to be a ton of people at the over 1,000 registered at the Jack Chettarelli event at the Seaport. Just a fabulous day. So hope that you'll come out, support Johnny over at Mulligan's. And make sure you watch The Exorcist before you come. That'll be asked at the door.
It's on the bucket list.
Yeah, it's on the bucket list. Have you seen The Exorcist, yes or no? I tell you, for me, given a sports background, not as much as Henry maybe, is the scene where Father Damien takes the devil into his side. I got to say top 10 scenes. You know,
wow, I can't wait then.
Oh yeah, you guys. I mean, it's you talk about taking one for the team. That's the all-time. You're not asked to take the devil.
Taking a demon to the chest.
This is after he punches her. I'm not going to give everything
away.
He's fighting the devil.
Right, it's a devil.
Then he tells the devil to come inside him. And then when he realizes it's inside him and he's about ready to kill her, he throws himself out the window.
Jeez.
Yes.
Spoiler alert.
There's an extramunction scene there at the end. It's really well done, I think. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get on board. The Pope and the stuff that we played you missed. I might play it again in the 2 o'clock hour. It's just outrageous. And I see people that are Catholic all over Twitter and all over the place saying, yeah, we're not pro-life. their definition of pro-life. What is driving these people, like this pope, the previous pope, to want to move away from the fact that you can't be honoring Catholic abortion supporters? I'm not talking vague supporters. Maybe like Bob Casey Jr. He supports it, but he's not blatant in your face. He doesn't vote for the very worst of it. They were going to do that with Durbin, and everybody got onto it, including bishops and others across the country, and they went nuts. Good for them. But this new pope has really shown himself for what he's all about. As I mentioned, too, the Chester County Democrats, the most recent edition I was able to find on their Facebook, how do you know a fascist? They attack Trump. They say fascists attack unions and working people. Come on. Chester County Democrats, are you this insane? What Democrat, Republican, has had more of a bond with union workers, union chieftains, than President Trump? He's broken through. The Democrats are the ones that are out of step with these people. They always have been, but it was under the surface. How many times have we heard people, and they might be listening now, and they call in, yeah, Dom, our guy, we're not supporting any of this. And I would counter, yeah, but they got the money, they got it on paper. Well, some of that even went away in this last election. They would not support Kamala Harris. They sat on their hands, or maybe even they went with Trump. Then we saw it here in Philadelphia. Now they backslid a bit. They were supporting Dugan, moderate Democrat, versus Larry Krasner. So, Krasner is the guy that goes after fascists. You would think the unions in Philadelphia would be all out there for Larry. No, these are patriotic Americans. And they get it that many of these Democrats hate traditional America. So this is another sign of Trump's fascism. He's going after the unions. All right, let's take a couple more on the side question. All-time dumb idea today. Robert in Bensalem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today, and I'm glad that you brought up the Pope, Dom. This was the same guy that told us that the wall that we're building is immoral while he's standing behind a walled city.
Yep.
Telling us that. And so now he's blessing blocks of ice. And my only question is, if it melts, is it holy water?
Yeah, with Schwarzenegger there with them and a bunch of crazy activists, Robert. Doesn't anybody tell this guy, because he's not ancient, how do you think this looks, Pope, that you're blessing melting ice here? Come on.
Well, like I said, as long as we get some funny with our crazy, Dom, we can always find a way forward. You know what I mean?
Well, look, Robert, I want to say a special thanks, and I invite Henry, invite the Chester County Democrats, at least 2 or 3 of them. I will buy them multiple drinks at Mulligan's a week from Friday. The show fodder, the humor they've given us. These guys are brilliant. Keep it coming.
Wouldn't that be funny if they had a few drinks and they started talking about how they know they're full of crap and all that? That would be great. But anyway, I'm going to go with a more serious topic for my dumb idea because it affected people that my family loved dearly, and that was Agent Orange. It was designed to remove the foliage, but my buddy spent 13 years on dialysis because of kidney cancer because of it, and it was a terrible idea. I'm not blaming the people who did it because I'm sure they didn't know it at the time, but wow, that did way more damage than napalm ever could, Dom, and I'll leave it there, and you guys have a great day.
That is a really good one. Yeah, that nobody thought cancer coming out of this, the difficulties associated with it. We get the idea, defoliate Vietnam. By the way, Vietnam mentioned, Henry, you should be right on that. Yesterday we played you one cut of Hanoi Jane. Here's cut 2, if you have that one ready to go. They have founded this group that's pushing back on Trump in the same way that people used to push back on Joe McCarthy. So Trump is Joe McCarthy now, and Jane Fonda is organizing Hollywood against that. Here's what she said.
I believe. And so listening to that, knowing that history, living that history as you did, and you're still saying this is different, what makes this time so different?
No president has ever sent troops into the Democratic cities across the country saying full force. No president, as far as I know, has tried to control the Federal Reserve, the central bank. He is amassing power in a way that will destroy our democracy. And so we're going to stand up. You know, we're creatives. We're storytellers. We can do it creatively. We can have a good time while we do it.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
We want to push back, and we want to model what creative, nonviolent, non-cooperation looks like. That doesn't mean just showing up for people who are under attack, like Jimmy Kimmel. A lot of us signed that ACLU statement protesting what happened to Jimmy Kimmel. Mm-hmm. But we want to also we want to be proactive, and we want to show what that can look like, and we want to. Violence is not, we will not tolerate violence. We don't want any of that, but we want to move forward with love, with unity, with solidarity, and we want to encourage everybody else and all the other sectors of this country to do the same. You know, we don't want to be a pillar of support to this regime that's forming.
All right, the great Jane Fonda. Coming up, Tommy Lauren is the host of the Tommy Lauren is Fearless on Outkick, and the Big Weekend Show, now new, the host, a dazzling new show on Fox News. She'll join us. We'll ask her about that. And Henry, I went back and took a look at some of this week. She's almost equally talking about Bad Bunny as we have been.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we get a little bit of that going on, and what she's doing as the host of the Big Weekend Show. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
The quiet and comfortable conditions continue in the forecast as we finish off the work week. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high temperature a bit below average of around 70. Another cool night tonight, mostly clear, low 54 for the city, 40s out in the suburbs. And another pleasant day on Friday with plenty of sunshine, a bit warmer with a high 74.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Tommy Lauren is the host of Tommy Lauren is Fearless on Outkick. And the Big Weekend Show, new on Fox News, joins us here in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Tommy, congratulations. Welcome to Philadelphia.
No, thank you so much. It's great to talk to you guys. I'm sitting here in beautiful, conservative Nashville, Tennessee, but I love talking to you guys, and thank you so much for having me.
Well, the first time I saw you, I met a great police commissioner because of the stereo you created. You were at the Keswick Theater, which is, that's impossible almost to sell out, in Glenside, Pennsylvania, and the protesters took up the whole street outside. I know you've never doing a lot of touring. Do you remember that when you came to our area?
Oh, I absolutely do. But you know what? I really loved my time there. There's always the protesters. It's something that we've just gotten used to. And honestly, as long as they're peaceful, I actually kind of take it as a compliment that they're out there, that they would, take their time out of their day to show up and say horrible, nasty things about me and put it on a poster board. I take that as a compliment. I think they're fans too, guys.
Exactly. So your role now, the Big Weekend Show, time and how do you determine what you're going to talk about? You have the whole weekend, the whole week to kind of build up to it.
Well, we have 3 hours on Saturday and 3 hours on Sunday. So we're 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox News, both Saturday and Sunday. So we got 6 hours worth of things to talk about. So there's really no shortage, though, with this administration and, of course, the liberal loony antics. We fill the 3 hours each day pretty easily, I can tell you that much.
So, Tommy, the Outkick thing, I haven't seen you on Outkick. Is it politics you talk about or a mix of politics and sports?
I do really news of the day, but
Okay.
we love the intersection between pop culture and politics and sports and all of that rolled into one. And, everything now is political. Everything, they got to make a social justice cause out of everything. Half the things are woke, half the things are, pro-America. So somewhere in there, we find a great cross-section at Outkick. But this week, we're definitely talking about not only the government shutdown you mentioned before the commercial break, of course, NFL and Jay-Z decided that Bad Bunny was the move for the Super Bowl halftime show. So there's, again, plenty of content for us on Outkick as well.
Now, let's talk about Bad Bunny. I mean, I have talked extensively about this, and my producer reminded me at the very beginning, a few days ago, that he's probably going to sing most of this in Spanish. But I went to your Twitter and social media. Yes, you see the fodder here. This is great fodder. Have you made any suggestions? I've seen several people suggest there'll be counter programming that day. Maybe Fox would do something at halftime. You get something interesting enough, you're going to get a bigger share because people are going to be looking to tune out.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will probably leave it on to see, what happens. And I've prefaced all of my commentary on that with this. Obviously, Bad Bunny is a massive global star. There's no denying it. His streams are in the billions. We know that he's got a massive global audience. It's a predominantly Spanish-speaking audience. He's Puerto Rican, and I don't have anything wrong with that. I'm married to a Cuban from Miami. So I understand the appeal of that. It's a global appeal. But the reason the NFL did this for two reasons. One, they really want to expand to Central and South America. They really want those eyeballs on the NFL, so they decided let's make a globalist play here. That's one. And two, Jay-Z never misses an opportunity to put a subtly woke performer in there. We saw it last year with Kendrick Lamar. We've seen it with his wife's fiancé saluting the Black Panthers. There's always some kind of a political element to it. So I don't think it's any coincidence that Bad Bunny, who has criticized ICE, who has said he won't perform in the United States because of ICE, who has called them mother effers and SOBs on his Instagram. I think this was also a subtle nod to let's make a protest about ICE and President Trump's immigration policy. I think that was also very much a part of the calculation here.
Without a doubt. Now, you mentioned the shutdown. So this weekend, because this is kind of slow moving, I think when you're on the weekend, this will still be playing out. What catches your eye? What are you thinking about? Is it the debate over illegals, people here illegally, and health care, and just the fine print back and forth? Do you see anything else that jumps out at you?
Well, that's the main thing for me. And I think it's really frustrating because Democrats hide behind this facade of they want to help working class Americans who are struggling to afford their health care. That's what sounds best, right? But that's not really what they're fighting for. And when they say, oh, no, we're not funding illegal alien health care, well, every time you're asked about it on a debate stage, y'all raise your hand. We know that you want to cover illegal aliens. You want to cover everything for them. Put them in hotels, pay their health care, give them debit cards. We know the game here. So for them to suddenly just insist that they don't want to pay for perks and privileges for illegals is a disingenuous lie. And we also know the number of states who provide illegal alien health care. California obviously going bankrupt for that reason. They're even deciding maybe they should roll that back. And they say, well, that's a state-funded program. Well, when you use federal subsidies to cover your deficit, or you use it to help kind of offset your costs for covering illegal aliens, that's what we're talking about here. And most Americans would take issue with that if Democrats would be honest about what their actual goal is. They want to pay for health care for everybody. They want it to be on the backs of working-class Americans. Be honest about it and tell us what you really want to fund.
Absolutely. Hey, Tommy, in case you haven't seen this here, people, I maybe they have, Philadelphia this weekend, we're apparently hosting a covert but there's public knowledge of it out there, Antifa convention. This is a group domestic terrorists, but they claim they're not centralized, yet they're all coming together for a convention with courses that teach them how to go against law enforcement right here in Philadelphia.
Well, it's not surprising. And again, whether they're mama's basement dwelling, green-haired freaks, or a more organized entity, it really doesn't matter, because what they do is they cause chaos, anarchy, violence. They make it hard for our federal agents to do their job and their duty that they swore an oath to do. And it doesn't matter who's funding them. It doesn't matter if they're funding themselves. So I don't think that's the case. The fact of the matter is, these are people who are deeply disturbed, who only seek to cause violence and destruction, and President Trump and his federal agents are not going to stand for it. We're seeing great scenes out of Portland. These federal agents are not dealing with it, and no matter where they go, no matter what they do, if they cause violence, if they are disruptive, they will be dealt with the consequences that apply to those actions. But again, I think it's really sad. This is what these people need to do to have friends. They need to have a convention, to be an anti-American, anti-conservative, anti-MAGA. They need to form a violent organization in order to have friends, and that's pretty pathetic.
Absolutely. So, Tommy, thank you. Please come back again, 5 to 8 every Saturday evening and Sunday on Fox News Channel. Great success. And where do we find you on Outkick?
Outkick at Tommy Lahren is fearless, of course, on Instagram at Tommy Lahren, and on X at Tommy Lahren as well. Plenty to talk about, so I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Tommy Lahren here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, Fox News Channel really markets well what they're doing even on weekends. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you in. Coming up, we have more on now we have some polling out on Josh Shapiro and Stacey Garrity. And Garrity's doing really well, except for one thing that I'll tell you about that she can remedy. And I think they're savvy to this. But don't forget, it's going to be a big day a week from tomorrow down there with Jack Chittarelli. The momentum is all his, definitely. And still, we see Mikey Sherrill, A, refusing to release the information why she couldn't walk at graduation. B, her two kids beat all the odds and are both going to the Naval Academy. No explanation around that. All right, we're taking more of your calls, though. Great side question today. All-time dumb, worst idea. You heard a little bit of the guy reading Das Kapital. How in the world? And again, the answer is, if not communism, socialism is even more fun. People act as if they discovered something. Yes, I knew it. Everybody's equal. Everybody gets something. Everything's affordable. Everything is free. Why wasn't I told about this before? Well, you were. You didn't pay attention of the disaster that we've seen. Where has any of that worked? Now, Trump is a little bit different, though. Trump is a populist, so, you're not going to get the capitalism by Adam Smith from Donald Trump. He, plays around the edges on certain things because he sees them as what? Fair, what his MAGA people want, what the solution is that can be provided. So he's not a strict, free market guy. And some of that is the secret sauce what drives his coalition. All right, phone lines, though. 855-839-1210.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. Go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com.
Bet365 is paying 5. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Elevate your dining space in time for the holidays with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining room pieces, tables, chairs, credenzas, and sideboards, break fronts and china cabinets, servers, even chandeliers, perfect for hosting family and friends. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code DINING25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Sale runs October 8th through 15th. Some exclusions apply.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Welcome in. It's hard to believe, but President Trump has a better favorable rating. Well, maybe not, given the hair and given the teeth and everything else. Is it a sign of anything in Jersey, that new poll out, NJ.com has, that Trump has a much better approval rating overall than Phil Murphy? Now, I know Phil Murphy's bad. Okay, I get that. But he still is the Democrat. You know, people are hanging on this, and I'm not going to go crazy, but it is indicative of the playing field in this governor's race with Chettarelli and Mikey Sherrill. And again, this big rally, the station all in, I'm doing the pregame. Rich will be there at the Seaport. I hope you come out a week from tomorrow. We win this one, and that becomes a large part of the narrative going into the midterms. And narrative is everything as you build up preliminarily as far as where the country's going. They're going to have to answer for that, how you can turn Jersey red. I know it's happened before. We know about Christie and everything else. But now is now, and Trump has made a real impact. The only problem that I see here is Trump voters, and you may know some. I mean, what do we have to do with these folks? Or Scott is brilliant. Scott Presler, when he's on, that you have to vote in every election that you have the chance to vote for him from the school board up, like in Bucks County this time around. You know how I feel about those races with Fred Herron and Jen Shuren. Those are major. The controller there. You have a chance to vote. Unless Trump's on the ballot, I don't feel like voting's not good enough. And voting, mail-in balloting, or early voting, or mail-in ballot and you show up and hand it in, anything before is exactly what we want to be doing. How many times, how do we reach these people? Trump is the only one that's broken through that's sure. Now, I don't know what he's going to do. Is he going to campaign with Jack, or is that a good idea in Jersey? I'll leave it up to them. All that I know is this is another sign people are tired. And in Jersey, the only way we're going to get relief is not just the governor, although Jack Ciattarelli the first day, no sanctuary state, things of that nature. It's the Assembly and the Senate, those offices that are up. It's a long time to bring Jersey to any sense of reality. But this polling out today, Trump versus Phil Murphy, is another indicator that this is more than purple at this point. It's slightly red in this governor's race. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom.
Afternoon.
Dom, you got me laughing out of sorts right now. Mikey Sherrill keeps talking about Trump.
Yes.
I wonder if she looked at those statistics and said, oh, my God, what am I doing at this point?
You know what they could be looking at, Joe? Here's the reality of it we have to be wary of, and that's what I just enunciated. The people that hate Trump and all that, they get fired up, maybe more voter enthusiasm. And the Trump voters don't respond. If he's not on the ballot, that we have to prod these people to vote. And, Joe, we know we don't want 2 years of stalemate here, and that's what's going to happen unless those Trump voters get it and come out and vote.
Well, Dom, I was at an event last night, and if it's any indication of the motivation we do have, things look good. They look really good. I was out with one of our listeners and her husband last night, Rosalie, at a Jack event in Haddon Township. And the contrast in the division was palpable. The people who were in the event, it was a love fest. People were talking to strangers. They were applauding. They were very, very optimistic. When you went outside on that sidewalk, you saw more hair color than was ever in the Crayola box. Everything was their own little campaign, the rainbow posters and all that, and the shouting that went on, and the vitriol and the hatred. It can't last. I just got to believe it cannot last.
Well, all I can tell you is Mike Donohue's reports, Joe, from the big rally a week from tomorrow. It's well over 1,000 people already registered there for the Seaport in Wildwood. So we're expecting an enormous crowd. And, of course, we have your bar stool right there. You know, I don't know if you're worthy yet that Johnny puts a beer keg outside with your name on it, but we're working on it.
Hey, he gave me a clam Rockefeller. I could be, and I will be there. I always put those days aside.
We love that, Joe. Thank you. Bring your son, too. What a kid. I'm telling you. It was unbelievable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And he just got accepted to a graduate program in Villanova. Price, everything paid for.
Wow. That's the best. That's the best parenting ever.
Seriously.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
You know, Luke got a fully paid college scholarship, and I said to Roe, great parenting on our part. Yeah.
Well, for some reason, he wants to stay in school. I'd like to see him go out and hone his hone his skills. But he says, Dad, I'm working directly under this professor in hydraulic research. I think it's worth 2 years, and they're paying the whole thing. So
that's great.
Hey, it's his shot.
What's your
and by the way, I love your walk. I love those soft Philly sounds of Dom Giordano and that new walk-up music you got. I love it. It's got to stick, Tom.
All right, we put Henry. Put that in the rotation. Oh my God,
that's awesome.
You know, Dan has a lot of good qualities. One of them, though, that's tough is micromanaging every little foible or difference that I have. So I wear jeans jogging. So I drive with 2 feet. So I throw a football 40 yards. Come on.
There goes the bus.
Yeah, there you go.
That's your 21 points.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Joe, what's your side?
My side, and I tried to combat it as much as I could. I had nights out. I had deck parties. I just thought every facet of it was ridiculous, from the 6-foot footprints at Home Depot to the shots that were required to our kids staying out of school, and it was the COVID mandate.
Yep, absolutely right. Look, anybody can make a mistake early on. I would argue it's doubling down and tripling, continuing the COVID mandates when it was obvious that these things were not scientific. Some of them were not working. It's one thing to say, early on, I remember what those days were like. We're all afraid of that. You had to be crazy not to. Let's say a month or 2 months in even, and then after that point, we see what the reality was, and yet we still continue to see these policies that they still would put into play today. That's the difference. Okay, great friend, Jody Della Barbara, the one woman who I know kept Frank Rizzo in line as his chief of staff and keep him going there, is with us because coming up, the parade this year brings back Columbus, all right? So the Columbus Day Parade is not Indigenous peoples. It's Columbus again, thanks to George Paquetto. And there's a big event, the 1492 Society, I believe it is, that Ro and I will be at. They're honoring me the Thursday before all this. So we'll get into that with her. So if you're interested, this is going to be, or even watching it on TV, it's going to be big this year, really celebratory. To bring all this back. And it's more than Italians. It's about Columbus. It's about the attacks. It's about the left on all this. We have Dom's Money Melody. I got a couple of updates and a couple of other things, too, that have been brewing here. Phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and for Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
It's late, you're hungry, you can't decide whether to stay out or go home and order Wendy's delivery. But one thing is clear, it's a Baconate late kind of night. I mean, 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon on a juicy double cheeseburger made fresh for you? How could you not? A Baconator is the perfect way to hit the spot before hitting up the next spot, even if the next spot is your bed. No judgment, it is late, but not too late to Baconate. That's what delivery's for. Gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. Delivery and hours may vary by location.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
It's engagement season at Family & Company Jewelers. Get proposal ready during their Viraggio Bridal Show. 3 days only, October 9th, 10th, and 11th. They are bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, October 9th, 10th, and 11th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, it is Dom time. Dom's Money Melody coming up. Get your name into the hat. Be the winner today. Today, Das Kapital was dropped by Karl Marx. Wonder how much Engels, was this like he wrote the lyrics and Engels wrote the melody? How the two of them collaborate to give us this. And Henry played a little bit from the guy reading the Das Kapital book. Corn is another commodity. It's hard to believe. Yeah, let's hear all of that. Oh, my God. God.
Oh, God, they have to enunciate the footnotes.
In French?
I guess so.
It's as bad as your Finnish cover
Oh,
song.
no, just wait until the Money Melody.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh, you're going to play that in. All right. So that's giving us the ages because that won a couple years ago when we did this all-time dumb, worst idea, communism. And then they figured that out, so they went with socialism. And why does it still work? Because things that have been tried and failed, it doesn't matter. When people, and I'm going to link it to something and go to Jody, who's on board with this. It doesn't matter. People like the shiny object. They like the juice. Everybody wants the juice. And you only get the juice by coming up with something that's nuts and provocative that won't work usually. Larry Krasner would be an example. Why do these people all get juiced up over this? We used to play you Kevin Bacon talking about how this guy's taken on everything with a bold new idea. Yeah, let criminals go. And people in these insulated areas like Chestnut Hill, Rittenhouse Square, even they get on board with this. It's exciting. Why didn't people see this before? We can let criminals go and still be safe. Nothing has to happen here. Then we see the damage and off we go. And we're called fascists. Very similar to how this plays out. It's always the shiny object. So they're excited in New York because they found an example. Go after the rich. That's why things are not affordable. This is always where we go with socialism. All right, Jody Del Barber with us, longtime friend, and it's been unbelievable. And some of the biggest things that have gone on here in the area way back to the days with Frank Rizzo, and one of the driving forces of the Columbus Day Parade, which is back this year, bigger and better than ever. Let's go to Jody on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jody, welcome in. Congratulations.
Hi, Dom.
This year's parade's going to be unbelievable. Talk about the excitement now with what you and George Paquetto have been able to do.
Well, it's George Paquetto, me, and we have a committee, Barbara Capozzi, Dom Sabatini. We have a bunch of people, even Senator Fumo, and has been on board with us because he was always a big supporter of the parade back in the day before we had to raise a lot of money to put it on because the city would not provide the trash pickup or the police. But this year, everybody's excited. We have 52 bands and groups. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful parade. We have Bob Pantano as our Grand Marshal, and our Special Marshal this year is none other than George Paquetto because he deserves all the credit. He's the guy that went to court. He's the guy that saved Columbus. And we're one of the only places in the whole country that, still have our statue. Thanks to George.
Right. And I think we're one of the few places that hasn't been usurped by anti-Italian Indigenous People Day, Jim Kenney. Yes.
Yes, and Jim Kenney, and the one that really started it all, and I'm sure Kenney was behind her, was the former councilwoman, Helen Jim. God knows where she is now.
Well, my sources say she's in Seattle. You may remember, Jody, first time we're told a talk show host had a dictum put out to the media, went to 200 outlets saying, will Dom Giordano actually leave Philadelphia when Helen wins? How did that work out?
Well, you're still here.
Exactly.
Is she out there with Antifa or what?
Oh, yeah. Well, they're coming here to Philadelphia Friday through Sunday. They're having their convention underground here. So we're on it. So, Jody.
Convention.
Yeah. So, Jody, when is the parade? What are the times, dates, et cetera? Where do people go? And it'll be on Channel 6, I assume, too, right?
Yes. It'll be televised from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Sunday, the 12th of October, which is the actual, original real Columbus Day. Right. And we kick off from Broad and Snyder, the parade, and then we'll go down to Marconi Plaza to the Columbus statue. And there will be an immense festival with music and food and games for kids. Porchetta, macaroni, pizza, everything.
Will there be gravy or will there be sauce? That's what I want to know.
It's gravy. It's never sauce. Never sauce.
Exactly. Not in South Philly. So that's one big part. And you're right. George Paquetto is unbelievable what he's done. But you too, the organization and what you put on together, which brings us to the Frank Rizzo statue. At some point soon, there might be something around that.
Yes. As soon as we, get all our approvals.
Right.
I can't really talk about, too much technical stuff right now because we don't want to jinx anything.
Oh, yeah,
but,
exactly.
We got the statue back because of George again. And, from day one, when this all started, George was on board with us for the Rizzo statue. And we have, the same people with us. We even have former Mayor Street. We have everybody behind us because Frank Rizzo was never what they said he was. He was a law and order cop and then the mayor. Yeah, but that'll be another celebration, Dom.
Oh, that's going to be as big as anything imaginable. And Jody, thank you. Ro and I will be at the 1492 Gala. Is that the right way to call it? On Thursday before Columbus Day.
Yeah, could I tell them a little bit about that?
Go ahead. Sure.
It's at the Yahtzee. It's on South. Wait a minute. Let me get the address.
Swanson, right?
It's Swanson Street. It's 2401 South Swanson. So that's around Swanson and Rittner. And it's a union hall for the stagehands. It's a beautiful place. Great food, great caterer, Giovanni. He does Anthony's Caterers in Drexel Hill. And It will be from 5:30 to 9:30. We will have a television screen for the Eagles game. And we are honoring this year George Bachetto, Bob Pantano, Dr. Larry Rebecki, who a lot of people know. He's like the biggest vet around. He's in Southwest Philly, but everybody in South Philly takes their animals to him. And yours truly, Dom Giordano. And we have a special lineup this year. It'll be a great night. It's open bar. It's $100 a person. Great food, great DJ, and great honorees. So if anybody needs tickets, they could call me at 215-336-3060. And if I'm not here, leave a message. I'm here Monday to Thursday. And again, the tickets are $100 each, and they're made out to the 1492 Society.
Yes, 215-336-3060.
Yes.
Absolutely. Jody, looking forward to it. Thank you for that honor. And do you know, too, that Bob Pantano and I were both in the same book at Newman all throughout, and that book was X1.
Oh, get out.
No, we are. Ask Pantano. He'll tell you.
Oh, that's great. That's
4 years
great.
of, yes. All
so
right.
two friends will be honored together.
Absolutely, Jody. Thank you so much for that. We will see you on Thursday, a week from today.
A week from today.
All righty, Jody. Thank you very much.
Okay. Happy Columbus Day to
thanks,
everybody.
Jody. All right. It's going to be a big Columbus Day. Yeah, Bob Pantano and Henry, they weren't politically correct back then. They had books, and they called the lower track books. It was all tracks. And Newman had four X's, I remember. X1. And then I think there was something that, like C for commercial. You were into the business. Then all the others were the lower tracks. And there were 16 of them.
Jeez.
M for modified. You're taking a modified curriculum. And the kids in 16 were M16ers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, Newman didn't fool around, though. You're modified. Oh, my God. You know, take a lot. You know, you take a lot of gym, and you just whatever.
Some study halls.
Study hall, gym. Yeah, that's all you're going to do, kids. So get in life. You're modified. They put a stamp on you. All right. So what are the odds? So Bob Pantano, big radio star, got his own thing going on down the hall with WOGL, and me, same book, all 4 years at Newman. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with that all-time dumb idea. By the way, we're hoping to get Eric Trump back on the show. He's got a new book out, what came out on Tuesday, I guess. And the book is entitled Siege. In other words, what his family faced being under siege as a family, as a spinoff from the kinds of things that went on with President Trump. And when you have Laura Trump, the wife, and Eric, and, you know, out of the family, Don Jr. is more aggressive in the type of approach to this. But Eric Trump, I've just always found to be an unbelievably good guy. And they've suffered also. And if you're a Trump in any way, shape, or form, it's got to create a lot of difficulty even today. So we'll hope to get him on with the book. He's out there now on tour. Let's go to David, Lexington, South Carolina. David, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, you know, word is, speaking of dumb ideas, I think Joe from Columbus is going to wear jeans in your honor for the 5K Sunday. I've heard.
What is it? Why are jeans not the most comfortable thing imaginable? Come on.
No, they really are after about 3 years. After you beat them up a little bit. You know.
Well, it takes 3 years of running it.
Exactly right.
Now, remember, these are blue jeans. They're not the dark, heavy. I hate that stuff. They're really dark blue. Always the lighter, the better. Yeah, come on.
Agreed.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yes.
Well, Dom, other than the dumb idea my dad had about 50 years ago of moving us from Mecca down here, from Pennsylvania down to South Carolina, the dumbest idea is when you ask a woman how much she weighs. It's fatal.
Who does that? Gosh. No, I thought you were going to say your wife says this is make me look fat, and you answer. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, when she says, does this dress make me look fat, you say, no, it's a drive-through.
Thank you very much. I like to guess the weights and all that. You know what I do, Henry? Always take in your mind and guess 15 pounds under or something like
absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Same.
But if if they look at you like, oh, my God, you think I'm that heavy. Oh, man, it's pretty hard to do.
And it's one of those things, too. You can't
on
go.
the couch.
Yeah.
One of the funniest stories I remember when Wildwood was starting to farm out to foreign kids coming here versus Americans who would go there for jobs over the summer to the summer stuff. And this woman on the boardwalk was from Russia. Horrible at guessing ages and weights. And on top, it was Oak Avenue. I was watching her. I was ready to jump into the fray. And she's guessing on the high side of the age constantly, wrong that side, and on the high side of the weight.
Whoa.
I mean, yeah. And there was a prize or something like that. Yeah, we don't do it anymore. That's fat shaming, I guess. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I don't see those people anymore.
Okay.
Exactly right.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. Yeah, it's old-fashioned. All right, 855-839-1210. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That is right. All right, Henry, you got a lot of balls in the air with today. We're playing for a pair of tickets to see the great Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Philly Sports put to music on Wednesday, November 19th at the World Cafe Live in Philadelphia. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com.
All right, Dom. So, anywho, today on the side question, we are asking for that all-time bad idea.
Right.
And you know it's going to be a bad idea if a bad moon's arising, as Creedence Clearwater Revival once said in 1969.
Already quoting somebody to make your point here. All right, continue. Yes.
Yeah. So, obviously, if you're listening today, you may have heard me play that song, Bad Moon Rising. I'm going to play it for you here again, only this time CCR will not be the one singing it. And no, it is not in English either, so don't expect to be a band you know. No, today we are playing a cover of Bad Moon Rising. I want to know the language of origin or the country in which this cover comes from.
Oh, my God. Sounds like the polka again.
Yeah, Dom. I think it's actually a pretty solid cover. But I'll give you some clues about where this music hails from. So this country, it's home to the tallest people in the world. Tallest people in the world. You might see them playing a lot of volleyball. They're very good at track for the same reasons. A lot of long legs. And I'll say this too about the country: their government is not in their capital city.
All right.
So those are the two hints I'm going to give you today.
Okay.
We'll see if we need any more after that. I think any more would give it away. But yeah, I want to know the country or language of origin of this song.
All right. Hit us with that, and you're off to see Joe Conklin, which is a tremendous night. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and it's the perfect season for something truly one of a kind. At Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, custom jewelry isn't just a service, it's a passion. For 35 years, this family-owned business has created timeless, handcrafted pieces that tell your story, all designed and made in-house. And when it comes to jewelry that stands out, don't forget the fifth C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, At Emmons, we have you covered.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L-Certified Fall Collection sales event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L-Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold during October, a donation will be made to Virtua's breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Yes, that's right. Show us the money. All right, let's hear the play. We need the language, right, or the country?
Language of the country here.
Absolutely. Let's hear it. All right, you heard Henry's clues. Let's get a winner and send you off to see the great Joe Conklin, Steve in Langhorne. All right, Steve, country or language?
I'm not sure of the language, but I think the country is Swaziland in Africa.
That was, I don't hear that. No?
I'll just say that's not even close.
No, that's what I was hoping, because that... Bold answer.
Yeah, the day I play like something from Swaziland, the day the show ends or something.
I think Dan did it on multiple occasions. But that's Chris in Elkton, Maryland. It must be. Hey, Chris, what's the answer today?
Holland.
No. No. Yes.
Holland.
No. Okay. No. Good try.
You're right there.
And I thought they were among the tallest people, by and large, the Dutch.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I'm a dummy. He is the right.
It is the right answer.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I get my Netherlands and Denmark confused all the time. I don't know why I did that.
The Dutch,
I knew it was the Dutch, and I don't know why I was listening for something else. Yeah.
Call back in.
I'll get him on.
He's a winner.
He's a winner.
Go back in 855-839-1210. It is the Dutch.
Yes, it's from the Netherlands. Yes. Their government, The Hague, is not in Amsterdam. It's in its own city, The Hague.
Okay, that's right. Absolutely. All right, we hear about that all the time. All right, so we have a winner off to see Joe Conquit. Now, we talked about at the top of the show, and Henry, this will be cut 10 here, just another one of her stylings. This menace of the suburbs, Madeline Dean. She accosted, and Mike Johnson made a bad mistake here in the hallway yesterday. She waylaid him to tell us that President Trump is unwell, unhinged. The unwell was worse than the unhinged. And Johnson just said, what about your people? I'm not going to replay that part. Now, he's really taken a lashing out there today. Why did he not move away from her? Listen to Madeline Dean then. And again, this is every time these women here, the representatives from this area in the suburbs in Congress, Houlihan, Scanlon, Dean, a couple of others, every time we see this, it's an indictment to me of what has happened to the suburbs. Montgomery County must feel, because I think she'll win overwhelmingly again, that Madeline Dean is the face, the leader of this, and even of the suburban area. This is the secret sauce, the hold they have over this. Listen to Dean on with Jake Tapper, and they're talking about the Democrat Party continuing to sink lower in every poll. Her answer? Well, it's Donald Trump.
He is unwell. What are you doing? A lot of folks on your side are too. I don't control.
I'm sorry, it's cut 10, Henry. It's cut 10. Yeah, that's the other one. Here's cut 10, Dean with Jake Tapper.
It feels like every few weeks a new polling organization comes out with a poll saying Democrats are at the lowest level they've ever been. And the latest was Wall Street Journal. Democratic approval ratings hit a record roll. 63 of voters having an unfavorable view of your party. What does your party need to do to climb out of that?
I have to speak to two issues that just came up here. What I regret around the Epstein files is nobody talks about the victims. We need truth, transparency, and justice. Every time we talk about this, these now adult women, they were children. Let's remember this.
Yeah.
Many of them were children who were trafficked.
That's the whole reason.
Raped,
there needs to be
assaulted.
justice for these women.
Justice for the women.
Yeah.
They are just re-victimized every single time. Release the files. It isn't just Maxwell and Epstein who knows what happened here when you traffic hundreds of girls and women. On the polling, I haven't seen polling that shows the president at 90% of anything.
Well, with Republicans, among Republicans.
Some small slice of Republicans. Even his base is getting very upset with him over Epstein and the conspiracies and the failure to be transparent. What do I make of that Democratic, the poll? Yes, we're in the doghouse yet again. What I see and what I hear from my constituents, whether I'm answering the phone in my office or I'm out at the supermarket, everybody is anxious, upset, worried. They're worried about Gaza. They're worried about war crimes in Ukraine. They are worried about tariffs. They can't plan because businesses can't plan. They're also now worried about things they weren't worried about. Medicaid. Tens of thousands of my constituents are at risk of losing Medicaid support, whether it's for substance abuse or for their disabled child. So they're worrying about things they didn't have to worry about before, and they see a president not solving the big issues that are, some of them, very man-made, like Gaza.
All right, let's go back to that. Reality check out there in Montgomery County. They're worried about Gaza and Ukraine, really, versus their own lives. The other part of this with Madeline Dean, they hit upon something there. You know, you can see the favorability personally of President Trump go back and forth here. But she mentioned something. People are smart enough, the policies. When Tapper mentioned, well, 90% of Republicans or more, but it's more than that. We talk all the time about it. They can't get away with it. It's the 80-20 policies, and one of them was shutting down the border. This is cut 11. Here is a CNN interview with a cartel leader who was masked and anonymous, talking about that Trump's border crackdown is stifling the cartel's operations. Cut 11.
Closely coordinated.
To understand the impact this cartel crackdown is having, we spend weeks trying to get a senior cartel leader to speak with us. He finally agrees, meeting us in a Phoenix parking lot.
Well, I work with Sinaloa.
The Sinaloa cartel. From killing to coordinating smuggling operations, he says he's done it all.
Do you help in bringing people, drugs, weapons?
People and drugs.
Are you a citizen here?
No, sir.
No. And so you're able to still come in and out?
Yes.
Among those helping with transportation, U.S. citizens.
You all are using social media to get to young people, young teens, and recruiting them to be part of it. Some of them, many of them, are American citizens too.
It's just like that.
That's life.
It's like that, you know. But
so even though they may get caught and spend many years in prison, that's their fault, as you see.
Yeah.
When you see, for example, the impact of violence and everything that is caused from the cartel movements, from essentially your employer, do you feel like you're part of this problem?
Yeah. You know, because I got a kid, I got, family, and when they want to kill you, you defend.
So you see it as defending yourself?
Yes. That's what I say. I don't like problem. You have something wrong to me, I do something bad to you.
Not so sad.
All right. So there was a lot in here, too, with CNN, in which they talked about how much more difficult this is becoming. Right, Henry? We have that part or no? Is that the full?
I thought we were just taking the interview there.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, well, that's the headliner here, that this has made things, the border being essentially shut down. Now, notice the cartel is not giving up. They get young, as CNN said, teenagers that are American citizens that are lured into this to do the driving, to do some of the smuggling, to do various things. But the overall problem is the American people are not trusting the Democrats to protect the border, the trans issue when we bring it up, any number of issues that are 80-20, 90-10, they're still, and this shutdown is an example. The shutdown is because their fear of their base that, quote, wants them to fight. So how could two things be possible at once? Blaming Republicans for wanting to shut down, but then taking credit for fighting by shutting down the government. This is not ending well for them. It's not going to end well, and it hasn't so far. We'll ask Dave McCormick tomorrow, Senator McCormick, how does he see, how does this end in his mind? How does it go forward with this? By the way, I'm on board with Ted Cruz on this, I'll tell you, but you may not be. Ted Cruz is subpoenaing, and I think he'll testify, the head of the FCC, who got caught up in the Jimmy Kimmel thing. And this guy was out of bounds, and a lot of people emailed, a lot of people social media said, yep, he was. So we're going to have round two on this. I still think the affiliates in Sinclair and Nexstar were experiencing that. But Carr did not act appropriately here in the way that he went after Kimmel. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. So watch for this. Ted Cruz is going to grill him, I guess, on this. Now, you could say that, well, that's just helping Democrats. I get it. But you notice the White House has marginalized this guy, having him stand down. He's not out there in the center ring as he was during all that. And Kimmel's ratings are returning to very close to normal. Abysmal. All right, more phone lines, more calls. 855-839-1210.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, Joe Camry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The holidays are coming. Make your dining room the star with Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20% on dining essentials, tables, chairs, credenzas, and sideboards, break fronts, and china cabinets, servers, and chandeliers. Everything you need to gather in style. Experienced staff will greet and guide you through nearly 20,000 unique items in their massive showroom, or navigate at your own pace using QR codes on every piece for instant details. Shop online with code DINING25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Sale runs October 8th through 15th. Some exclusions apply.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
More than 150 dogs and cats rescued from filthy conditions are in need of new homes. The match is set. The Phils prepare to take on the Dodgers in the NLDS this Saturday. The Marian Anderson Museum teams up with one of Philly's most historic churches for an upcoming fall festival.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
As the leaves change, it's the perfect time to refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. For over 45 years, we've been family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, delivering quality kitchen and bathroom models you can trust. And now this fall, we're giving you even more to smile about. Enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. Bring warmth, comfort, and style into your home this season with savings you'll love. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
The quiet and comfortable conditions continue in the forecast as we finish off the work week. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high temperature a bit below average of around 70. Another cool night tonight, mostly clear, low 54 for the city, 40s out in the suburbs. And another pleasant day on Friday with plenty of sunshine, a bit warmer with a high 74.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it is Dom time. What a show today. Great guest, great side question, and that Newman Price stuff that we have to use as a walk-up song. The Dumb Idea, Das Kapital, coming down today. But I let off, and I wanted to play, you may not have heard it at the top of the show, one more time. Pope Leo who you may remember some of the stuff when he was made Pope. We're looking at like, oh, my God. Then there is, but he loves Villanova and he's American. So the Catholic Church is no longer a force, and they're becoming more malevolent on the side of what they should be standing for. This is cut 5. Pope Leo, first of all, even Pastor Bill Devlin's been emailing me. Did you see him bless this giant block of ice yesterday? They had this big conference on climate. Big thing of ice is dripping. He's doing all kinds of around a block of ice with Schwarzenegger there and a bunch of climate lunatics. And that's his message. But there's a deeper message. Dick Durbin, longtime Democrat senator from Illinois, is a Catholic. And yet he has an almost perfect abortion vote record. I say that not just pro-choice like a Bob Casey Jr., because he voted easily. He would always vote that way to say if the baby survived the procedure, you don't give it medical care. I mean, who in the world on that? President Obama said, well, if you do that, you're undercutting what abortion's all about, the choice. Think about that. Durbin was going to be honored for lifetime achievement as a Catholic by the Cardinal Cupich, who's way to the left of Chicago. Just think of what Chicago's like. And bishops across the country started going nuts, attacking this, someone with this kind of voting record. And the reason Cupich was going to honor him, he is so pro-immigrant, protecting them from being dehumanized, meaning people that are here illegally. That was the reason. Again, another tell of the church. But Pope Leo gets wound up on the pro-life issue, calling out, and again, once this guy walks this back, and I don't think he is, he's telling you where the Catholic Church is going, the definition of being pro-life, ignoring how malevolent the Democrat Party is and guys like Durbin up and down the line. You know, I know it's hard there with the press, but if I had passed to it, Your Holiness, I can't say you got to be kidding me. That's what I'd like to say. Tell me your logic here. You're a smart guy. That Durbin would let a baby die who survives an abortion. And you think that's a complex matter. But I am pro death penalty. I have been, I am now, and I forever will be. Not going to change on that. I see no, well, you're not open. No, I see no way. And I'm talking about inside particular guidelines. Listen to what the Pope says in answer to all these bishops and others saying, you can't honor a guy like this for lifetime achievement as a Catholic. Listen to how he marks his thinking on top of the climate block of ice blessing on the same day. Here's what he said.
Someone who says I'm against abortion but says I'm in favor of the death penalty is not really pro-life. So someone who says that I'm against abortion but I'm in agreement with the inhuman treatment of immigrants who are in the United States, I don't know if that's pro-life. So they're very complex issues. I don't know if anyone has all the truth on them, but I would ask first and foremost that there be greater respect for one another and that we search together both as human beings, in that case as American citizens or citizens of the state of Illinois, as well as Catholics, to say we need to really look closely at all of these ethical issues and to find the way forward as church. The church teaching on each one of those issues is very clear.
No, it's not. It is not clear in the way that you're enunciating it. Notice what he says here, the straw man. Oh, yeah, I'm pro-life, but I want inhuman treatment of immigrants. Just think of how insulting this is. I don't care that he's the Pope. In fact, he has a higher honor. Look, the other Pope was befuddled at times, all these languages he's speaking and everything else. This guy's sharper. Notice how he characterizes it. Oh, you say you're pro-life, but you're for the inhuman treatment of immigrants. So by definition, his definition is let people stay here illegally, status quo, let this continue. Otherwise, that is inhuman. All right, this is where the church is. This is a very telling moment. The death penalty, they've always been edging towards saying, no, you can't be in favor of the death penalty. Based on what? What morality? What substance do they have? They don't have it. It's their own personal feelings. And they're giving the signal here. And, we all know the Vatican, he's behind walls. He doesn't have 10, 20 million, who knows how many people coming into the Vatican, storming that illegally. With all that money they have, all the artworks. How do we keep electing? And that's what it is. That's what happened here. And this guy's the first American. I'm sure he'll be coming to Villanova, and I'll say the same things then. But this time, dozens of bishops and archbishops spoke up. See, this is new. Our guy did not. He never does. Does he think Dick Durbin should get a Lifetime Achievement Award as a Catholic? And the rationale was he gets it because he is so pro-immigrant. And if you're not, so my position then means that I can't be a Catholic. Pro-death penalty and you could say incidents where you think there's something here that isn't right, but I'm saying in the broad scope of things, what we're doing, what Trump ran on, is exactly right. Not to this Pope. Could he defend all? Of course he can't defend it. He never has to defend it. He's in a bubble. No one's going to ask him a question, or none of this stuff comes up with any of these guys. I would ask the Archbishop the same thing. That's why we don't have him. He's a great guy. When he was on, we talked about deep sea diving and all this stuff. It was good that you got to know him. But as far as policy, as far as this, so what is their position? Dick Durbin, fine. You're not. If you're in favor of the immigration policy and if you're in favor of the death penalty, you're not. Dick Durbin is. Think about that. How much clearer do we have to see how messed up this is on any level that you would put forward? And with all respect, how in the world is this complicated? It's not complicated. You have a baby that survives abortion. I look back at his voting record. He routinely voted against medical care at that point. Does the Pope know this? He probably does. He doesn't care. They are driven toward illegal immigration, and they're driven toward insulting the rest of us in doing it. How do they square that up in their own mind with morality? Good question. John in Belmar, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John.
All right. Now, I was just telling the screener, you have this position that Pope Leo's taken. Now, Pope Francis, the fellow that just died, he believes that there's no hell, and all religions lead to heaven, if you want to call it that. And it's a public thing. He made a big thing out of it. And John Paul II is another public thing, believed in evolution. So you've got the leader of a major Christian denomination doing everything that the denomination Christian is opposed to all what the Lord believes in.
All right, thank you, John. I do believe in evolution, too, so you can take me out of public circle. Yes, evolution, that's not where we're going here, right? If you're not a Catholic, and it's fine. But it's insulting. You're a fake. If you say so, all these pro-life groups, well, what do you think about the death penalty? Well, I would counter with, what do you think about a guy who says a baby, after surviving that, doesn't get medical care? What do you think the Pope might say? I think he might say, as he did, I don't know about that. I have never heard about that. Well, here, read it. What are you talking about? How did we get to this insult level with the Catholic Church? And yet, it's too big to fail. Yet the numbers worldwide, I think, are about 1.4 billion. The NFL, the Catholic Church, too big to fail. They insult people routinely that are their base. The traditional Catholic, if you are one, you're insulted by this guy. That's what he's telling you. That's exactly what he's doing. Yet when he comes to Villanova, they'll celebrate it because they're in the same camp. All right, phone lines, it's the lightning round. 855-839-1210.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me.
Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, welcome in, everyone. It is the lightning round. By the way, the White House has pushed back on Pope Leo. Caroline Leavitt apparently is a very devout Catholic, even has prayer sessions before she, takes to the rostrum. So they push back, saying, what is this about this inhuman treatment in the United States? Can you define it? No, he doesn't have to. It's, we go from one pope after another engaging in this. All right, let's go to the callers here. Side question, all-time dumb idea. Today was the day that communism dropped. Marx, Das Kapital. Let's go to Gary in Newtown. Gary, what's yours?
Hey, Tom. How are you? I'm gonna go with three statistics first. Greater than 50% of all inmates today have only one parent at home. The next one would be 1970. There was a 70% chance that you had two parents at home. Now we have less than 25%. And that all comes from my favorite and your favorite president, Lyndon Baines Johnson's War on Poverty.
That is a great one. The guy is the most destructive force imaginable. You're right. And that was done in the 60s, and it continues and grows today. He's the guy.
1964. Let's pay people to stay at home.
Exactly. Thank you. That's a very good one. Richard in Summerdale. Richard, what's yours?
Yeah, well, I want to say something about His Holiness there.
Sure.
In Rome, so far as immigration is concerned, immigration is okay in our country, but illegal immigration is the one that's frowned upon. That's against the law, and being against the law is a sin. I would concern.
Yeah, so's the death penalty allowed within the proper guidelines, but that tells you you're not pro-life either.
Right, and also the Vatican invests in much money, probably millions and millions of dollars, in different organizations, like the P. Lord and Company, which is a cigarette company, and in effect, smoking cigarettes could be a death penalty for people, for millions of people.
Yeah, true. So yours is smoking cigarettes.
Right.
Gotcha. Thank you, Richard. Well, look, His Holiness doesn't have to be connected to reality or anything else. It doesn't seem to matter. All right, one more. Let's see. Chef Dave, we haven't heard from in a few days. Chef Dave in Oakland. What's yours, Dave?
Mine is the German High Command telling the British High Command that in 1938 they were going to whack Hitler to get rid of him so that he doesn't cause World War II, a war they knew they couldn't win.
All right,
thank you. The British High Command went and turned around and told the Neville Chamberlain, and he flew to England and, to Germany. And
I don't know about that, and that sounds like Tucker Carlson history to me, but I'll check it. All right. What do you say, Kirk, here? A couple contenders today.
A few. I'm going to go with David, South Carolina, about the weight, asking a woman to wait.
All-time dumb idea. I don't know why I was asking. Are you pregnant? It's even worse. But
that's same vein, yeah.
Okay.
I like David Lexington's answer about asking about the weight, and I like Richard Sommerdale's answer of cigarettes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go with Dave in Lexington. Let's
right.
put his name into the hat, and tomorrow we get the winner. Top on our agenda for Side tomorrow. I know Dave McCormick's coming on. A lot to unpack with him. And Dr. Coates, Dr. Victoria Coates, she and Rich teamed up on that article for Fox about flying the flag of the Communist Chinese Party. To commemorate when they took over China, they did that at Philadelphia City Hall. And does the Philadelphia Inquirer think that's newsworthy? No, I don't see anything. What's yet? Too many Rocky statues. Communist Chinese flag over City Hall. Yeah, they're good guys. Rocky, he likes Trump. Bad guy. Let's continue to agitate to get rid of that statue that people love. The one at the top of the steps that's Stallone. Wow, man, when Stallone comes here in November, is it? It's going to be an interesting time to see if people will be out there booing Sylvester Stallone. The Inquirer certainly is. All right, Kirk, thank you for producing. Henry, of course, great job. I love that reading of Das Kapital, too. It's a classic. And Newman Price, that was a hit of the show. Did we hear a little bit of that? Do you have it handy here, 10 seconds of it? You missed it? In the Philly sounds of Newman Price before we go to Rich.
Down jogging down Broad Street, his denim tracksuit shines.
Denim tracksuit?
He's never on the run. He's always on time.
You got that right. We'll have more tomorrow. Rich is next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to